Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have 8 family law and 11 minor guardianship hearings in a case where Dad wants Mom held in contempt when she refuses to return the children for the Christmas Day exchange. We will find out whether she returns them, and we will follow this case for over a year to see what happens with the custody of their minor children. We'll see each of them have a stint in rehab, and Mom will struggle with homelessness and continually disappointing the children by letting them down during their phone calls. Let's watch.
Ray and Jason Chappelle. I see Mr. Chappelle is here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Shauna Ray here? I need to mute one participant. Thank you. All right, Mr. Chappelle, looks like there was some concerns about the transfer of the children on Christmas, and bring me up to date as to where things are at, okay?
So we got, due to my concerns for the children's well-being, while in care of their mother, the lack of communication and paranoid text, I intacted the drug test clause listed in our court order, page 11, section M, on Friday the 6th. I followed all the necessary steps and gave adequate notice to Ms. Ray. She confirmed the notice, yet did not go and complete the test. So as per this section 2 bullet states, failure to report is considered a positive outcome. And anyways, I have yet to talk to my kids or see my kids. And they're missing school, counseling, and doctor's appointments. I've tried to reach Shauna daily.
Just hang on a minute here.
Yes, sir.
So I've got a parenting plan that was entered in April. Here we go. I did make a copy of it.
Correct.
So it looks like the plan, and I don't think it's been changed, is that the children would live with you except for the first, third, and fifth weekends.
Correct.
And the weekends are defined by Friday. And what you indicated last time we were here is the kids were not transferred to you on Christmas Day. And there was some incident out on the porch. And then you haven't seen your kids since that time. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm very concerned.
Okay. So I don't have an order from you. I don't believe I have one. Take a look here. Oh, I do. Excuse me. So let me look at your contempt order. Although your contempt order goes to child support.
And return of kids.
Yeah.
You could say
Okay. I am going to find that the child support is owing, so the monetary judgment in this order, I'm going to keep. Sir, there was a comment about a CPS investigation. Can you, but I couldn't figure out what that was about. Do you know?
Yes, Your Honor. I was it was a misunderstanding of communication, I believe, on Shauna's part. I think she reported me not living in the house, and I was abiding to my treatment recommendations and taking classes and setting up a sober support network, and also going to work. So I've stayed like 2 months or a month and a half in a sober house, treatment house, and to get my license back, to set up a social network, and all this completed, I'm in compliance with everything.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chappelle, I've signed your order as you presented it with this modification. Is that she's in contempt for not having you be in primary custody of the children.
Correct.
I've indicated that she can purge that contempt if she immediately returns Braden and Paisley to your custody with supervised visits to Shauna Ray.
Thank you.
I'm going to put this over 2 weeks to January 25th. If the children have not been returned to you by that time, then I'm going to consider jail time for Ms. Ray. Okay? Because she's not abiding by the parenting plan and clearly was not abiding by the requirements for the winter break when you went over to pick up the children. So
Yes.
I'm not ordering jail time at this point, but that would be the next step if she does not begin to comply with the parenting plan. Okay. All right. So I've signed that order. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks. All right.
Can the police help me get my kids, or is there some paper stating that you made a judgment for them to return that I can come pick up?
How do I get my kids?
Well, the parenting plan would be the document that I believe you would show the police officers to show that you have primary custody and that she only has visitation on the weekends.
They said you needed something from the judge.
So if you want to show them the contempt order, you can, but I think the parenting plan would be a better document to show to the police if you know where the children are.
I have done that, and I talked to the police. We went to go talk to her and submit her more paperwork, and she wasn't home. But he says it's a
civil matter.
Civil matter. So unless he's got a judgment from you that states that she's in contempt or is violating that, they can't do nothing.
Your Honor, this is Tina Day.
Yes.
I'm not involved in this case, but as a friend to the court, I believe Mr. Chappelle is correct. A bench order from you seeking assistance from law enforcement to pick the children up would be easy and beneficial for him to make the pickup with the least amount of conflict. Otherwise, law enforcement generally will not assist.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm willing to do that. That order probably won't be ready until tomorrow, given my schedule today, but I'm willing to put that bench order together, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And then we'll see you back here in 2 weeks, okay?
Thank you. Same time?
Same time, 9 o'clock, yes.
You have a matter filed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Shauna Ray and Jason Chappelle. I see Ms. Ray here.
I'm here.
Mr. Chappelle, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the question that I put this case over for was whether the children would be returned to the father. Have they been returned at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Chappelle has moved for contempt because of a number of things. You still want to go forward with that hearing, Mr. Chappelle?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Then what we'll do is hear from Mr. Chappelle, and then Ms. Ray, you can respond. And then Mr. Chappelle, you have a chance to reply to that. So go ahead. Tell me or tell the court why you're moving for contempt in this case.
The filing this order for contempt due to Shauna not following the parenting plan. I repeatedly reached out to speak with my children during the time that they were withheld. From 12/25 on the filing. Over the 2-week period of time they have missed doctor's appointments, school, and court-ordered counseling. As per the court order, page 9, section 1 of the parenting plan, I am supposed to be able to call and speak with my children while they are in the other party's custody. Or in the, without interference from the other party. At this time, before she returned them, I was unable to speak with them at all. So it was very stressful, not only on myself, but my children as well. I have reached out, text, email, phone calls. Shauna blocked communications for a while. I had to do a welfare check with law enforcement, make sure they were okay. She refused to respond to anything concerning kid return. I have been active communicating with CPS and the child's counselors. I'd like to find Miss Ray in contempt and place limitations on her visits to supervised only, but also like Miss Ray to follow through with personal counseling and attend the parenting classes that I and my spouse have completed, directions of the court. Let's see. The kids missed My daughter Paisley missed a medical procedure scheduled for her ear that she was unable to attend due to being withheld, which is the second time it has been rescheduled due to Shauna's interference. But Brady has shown signs of rebelling or acting out at school, and also at home. But they're back on their necessary medication and attending school regular and stabilized.
Keep reading.
It's just they're unable to do all the things that we had them to do, like for their well-being. We asked her to take a UA and she did not comply. She was properly served. And they missed school, they missed other things. But like I listed some places where she could do supervised visits and or Zoom visits. And also there's a concern about Mr. Wymore being in the house during the time the kids were there. And there was a report of my son running away from home. Shauna asked the cops to try to find him the day before Christmas. Or the day before, we picked him up on the 10th. Several of the people in the household put restraining orders against him.
Only he would know that if he's not on my phone. Right.
So
Okay, let me hear from Ms. Ray, okay? Ms. Ray, do you have a response to this request for a finding of contempt?
I do. First and foremost, I would like to apologize to you on my behalf, only because I'm just now learning that I really didn't have, I wasn't supposed to be withholding my children without your approval. And I was under this impression that if I felt that he wasn't following the parenting plan, that I could without your approval. So that's the reason why I withheld them. I withheld them because Mr. Chappell is not in the home with my children. He is residing in a drug and alcohol facility, and my children reside with his girlfriend. I would like to see if I can get a continuance, and that's only because I was not properly served these papers. I was served my paperwork on the 9th, and we had court on the 11th. He has many documents in here stating that he's tried to serve me or that he has served me on the 30th, and that is incorrect. He served my aunt, Renee Ray, not me. I wasn't even home, and he served her on the 9th. And they told her to give these papers to an adult, and she's 56 years old, so I don't know what they meant by that, except for that she is handicapped. And when I got home, I wasn't even given those papers till later that night because they forgot. anyhow, we had court on the 11th, and I tried to attend my Zoom meeting multiple times. I talked to the office. They tried to get me on, and we couldn't, and it just ended up where everybody already stated what needed to be, and I missed my hearing. Let's see here. Mr. Chappell, I feel, is getting away with a lot. He is not in the home. Maybe he is now, but he was not in the home for 6 months. Why did I decide to do anything until now? I guess is because I'm constantly giving in to them, and I need to not, because it's not doing me anything except for the position that I'm in now. They did miss school due to my withholding. However, I was trying to get them into everything they needed to be in here, and everybody was called, and I was denied any kind of access, or I mean, not access, but the school told me you can't, that they got a phone call, and they said that I did not have any parental rights to put my children into school. I thought that I had rights, and I'm being told that pretty much I have no rights to my children except for the visits that I get on the weekends, and that's every other first, third, and fifth weekend. I went from having my children full-time to this, and I miss my children. This has all become like it shouldn't go this far, Your Honor, as far as they're taking all this. I have attached in this paperwork that I was supposed to do a UA. Okay, well, that's the only thing that I have is the paperwork that he's attached. There are emails. I have stated to them many times that the phone number that they're texting me on, the email address that they have doesn't work at all. The phone number, I don't even get half of my calls, my messages, nothing. They've known this. I've actually had to get a new number and a new email, everything because of this matter. I was not aware that I had a drug screening until this was attached to this. Another question that I have is that on the 11th, the day that I missed court, this paper was dropped off at my door by an officer after Jason had been trying to get the kids from me. And it just says that you signed it, told me to give him the kids immediately. However, when I got this paper, Your Honor, I called the courthouse, and the courthouse said that nothing was signed yet, and that it wouldn't be signed until we go to court on the 25th, which is today. So I'm wondering where this paper came from on the 11th that was handed to me with your signature, and is stating that pretty sure. Oh, that they're wanting $800 a month at 96% interest, all kinds of stuff. Can I
Okay.
ask, did you sign something on the 11th?
I'm looking up that. There was a $800 amount, $96 was the interest on that money.
Yeah.
That was for failure to pay child support, I believe. Okay.
Failure.
Let me go back to Mr. Chappelle. Any reply?
I have not been out of the house for 6 months. It was only November, December, and part of October. Currently, I've been residing in a sober house and doing outpatient. I've been following the recommendations of my recovery team. I have been in recovery since before the final parenting plan. The children have been in the care of a known and trusted person with minor attorney of power, my wife, in case of emergencies. All their needs have been met. Appointments attended, school attendance is great, daily checks. I've been doing daily checks and weekly visits, attending appointments with them, and active in counseling, my own and theirs. I don't know what else to refer to.
All right, thank you both. This case has been before me a few times, and the beginning concern was Mr. Chappelle was to get the children back, I believe, on Christmas Day, and they were not returned. Ms. Reyes indicated that she didn't realize she needed to come to court to make a change. Not realizing that, I don't think forgives the lack of transferring the children back to Mr. Chappelle. The parenting plan is clear that Ms. Chappelle receives the children on the weekend. Mr. Chappelle is the main, has primary custody. The Christmas visitation plan was set out clearly, and that was not followed. Ms. Ray has raised some concerns of her own. And apparently Mr. Chappelle has asked for a UA, which is provided for under Section 14 of the current parenting plan. And Ms. Ray did not follow through on that. So here's what I'm going to do today. First of all, I am going to require Ms. Ray do a UA between now and Friday and file the results with the court under seal, which means they're protected from the public. Secondly, I'm going to reappoint Mallory Smith as the guardian ad litem to investigate where we're at currently since the parenting plan has been issued. So that's the second issue. The third is between now and, the near future, any visitations with Ms. Ray need to be supervised by a professional supervisor. I'm hoping after a report from Ms. Smith that we can perhaps remove that requirement But for right now, the concern is that Ms. Ray kept the kids in contravention of the current parenting plan, and I don't want to have that be an issue in the future. So we're going to have supervised visits. Finally, the request today is for makeup time for Mr. Chappelle for the time he missed. And I'm going to reserve on that. I'm going to do this. I'll make a finding that you're entitled to makeup time. I just don't know when I'm going to order it. And for what period of time I'm going to order it. So I'm going to find you are entitled to that because of the kids were with Ms. Ray for a period of time when they should have been with Mr. Chappelle. But I'm going to address exactly when that is in the future. Okay, so it's going to be Ms. Ray will need to arrange for the professional supervision. We'll need to pay for it. Mr. Chappelle, you'll need to cooperate by bringing the kids over to a professional supervisor when that's arranged. Okay, I'm going to set another hearing to see whether that's been accomplished for February 8th. It's 2 weeks. And to have Ms. Smith will likely contact both of you before that time, and I'm interested in what she has to say. All right, I'm going to do a bench order to that effect. I'm not going to sign the contempt order at this time. And I'll see both of you back here in 2 weeks, okay? All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're still going to take Shauna Ray and Jason Chappelle. And Ms. Ray, where are you here? Oh, there you are. Okay. I think last time we were here, I had required a UA would be completed by February 10th. And I haven't seen the results of that. Were you able to do that, Ms. Ray?
The results should have went to Mallory.
And maybe they weren't filed with the court. Were those provided to you, Ms. Smith?
I'm not aware that those results have been provided to me. I can check through were they sent via fax or email, Miss Ray? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Mallory. They were sent, as far as I knew, email. I could not find your fax number that you gave me.
Okay.
And they didn't have your fax.
Okay. Was this with the Awakenings, Miss Ray?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm opening up results. I apologize. I just received an email that said lab results, so I wasn't aware that it was for Miss Ray's.
I tried getting a hold of you myself just on your regular messages because I didn't know if I was supposed to be putting that stuff on the app, but I neither place did you answer me. I didn't get any answer from you at all.
Let's see here. Okay, so I do have the results. Your Honor, would you like me to file these with the court today, or would you like me to forward them to you? I'm happy to do either or.
Well, why don't we discuss what they are now? What do they show?
Okay, so we have positive for cannabis use, it looks like. Ms. Ray.
I have the same test sitting right in front of me.
Okay.
And it just says it's the negative test results on 2/24/23 at 4:38 p.m. And Daniel Anderson was the office manager on site that day and signed by me. Just check. I have where I paid for it.
Okay.
And
That was not provided to me. I have just a picture of patient negative. My apologies. Yep. So it says on 2/24, submitted at 4:38 p.m. Patient it's negative. Shauna Ray's signature, and then the office manager is signed. And this is from Awakenings.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for getting that completed. I guess the question is this. There's now been a minor guardianship action filed by Jessica Chappelle that we're all involved in, that I'm dealing with, trying to create visitation to Ms. Ray. And I'm wondering if this case in the family law court should in effect be suspended, so we deal with everything in the minor guardianship action. And Ms. Smith, what do you think of that proposal? And I'll let the parties comment about that.
My apologies, Your Honor. So I think that it is most appropriate for us to evaluate the minor guardianship. I think that it's no surprise that one of the parents is in agreement with
in there, and I just don't see her.
Let me mute this person. Go ahead.
So one of the parents is in agreement with the guardianship. One of the parents is not in agreement with the guardianship. So statutorily, we need to evaluate whether it's even appropriate for Miss Overby or Chappelle to gain guardianship, even on an emergency basis, or a full minor guardianship. And then addressing the specifics of this family law matter don't appear appropriate at this time, given the full or the guardianship case that's currently pending. I think it would create a little more confusion for the parties than assisting and moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ray, any comment?
of course, I'm gonna agree. I think that the case with Jason, if that's what the question is, that I'm understanding, if this new case with Jason needs to be suspended, is that what I'm getting?
Well, till we figure out what's going on in the minor guardianship case.
I think that I think that it shouldn't be Miss Chapel having an option to get guardian for the children. It should be me or Jason. And I feel that Jason has a couple times now neglected and abandoned his children.
Who's outside? I don't know. I'm doing something. I'm sorry.
I'm muting them now. Okay. All right. I understand your position on that. Mr. Chappell, any comment?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like both of the cases to be combined. I have not neglected or abandoned my children. And Miss Overby is more than capable of taking care of all the children's needs. So I believe she's able to navigate the court system just fine and be able to deal with whatever comes her way.
Okay. So, Ms. Ray, in the minor guardianship matter, you will be able to argue that Ms. Chappelle should not be the minor guardian. And by what I'm about to do isn't going to take that away or take your argument away on that. But I think in terms of how these cases move along together, we need to determine whether the minor guardianship is appropriate. If it's not, then we need to come back to this case and figure out what the parenting plan will be for the children. If it is appropriate, then that probably is going to govern how the kids will be cared for in the at least immediate future. So what I'm going to do with this case is put it over to May 3rd at 9 o'clock. That should give us enough time to address the minor guardianship petition.
Is there?
And I'm not sure when the next minor guardianship hearing is, but I suspect it's in a couple weeks, and we'll be moving forward on that.
I believe it's next Wednesday.
Okay, that would fit. It's probably on Tuesday. If you check, that's when my docket for that is.
I haven't still heard from Mr. South, Timothy South.
Have you tried to call him yourself?
I have spoke with him, but as
Okay.
far as his communicating, I've only spoke with him a couple times, and he's like, he's going to get into the case and read it. And I don't hear from him. So I call him again. I'm going to get into the case and read it. And right now I'm stuck with, haven't heard from him. So I'm going to call him after here. I don't know what.
Call him right now and at least leave a message that there's a hearing next week.
Right.
He'll need to be part of that hearing.
Okay.
All right. So thank you for, again, doing the test. I'm glad it was negative. I'm going to put this over to May 3rd at 9 o'clock, but we'll be dealing with the minor guardianship proceeding in the meantime. So I will probably see you back here next Tuesday.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Guardianship of Paisley Chappelle and Braden Chappelle.
I am here on that matter.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Overby. Ms. Smith.
Good morning, Your Honor. I received a call from Tim South yesterday indicating that he had a rescheduled medical appointment, so his appearance isn't here. It's my understanding that this hearing was for orders that he was supposed to present.
We're here for a review, and I got the same note just now that he apparently has surgery today. Anybody else here on the guardianship of Paisley Chappelle?
I am, Shauna.
Oh,
I'm here.
okay. Good. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me find out a couple things and we'll decide what we do. Were you able to have any of the video visits?
I had one and I missed one.
Okay. Any in-person visits, supervised visits?
No, because I wasn't aware that I could have those.
Okay. Just a moment here. Ms. Smith, were you able to speak to the parties or look at this at all?
Yeah, so just as a reminder, I have a GAL investigation pending on the parenting plan, the pro se parenting plan. So I have previously started my GAL investigation. So in conjunction with that, I'm completing the court visitor report. I should be able to have the court visitor report because it's so limited. I should be able to have that filed next week. But I kind of have two competing investigations.
Okay. Mr. South has asked that this be put over as a result of his surgery. It looks like we need a little more time for the court visitor report. If I put this over 2 weeks, will that work with you, Ms. Ray?
Yeah.
So that would be to the 28th. Okay, I'll continue the immediate emergency order. My expectation is hopefully on the 28th that if the parties do not agree, that we have a hearing on the emergency minor guardianship order on that date. Okay, so if you want to plan on that.
All right.
Okay.
Is there anything that needs filed for that hearing?
I think Ms. Smith's report is probably what I'm going to need. And then what we usually do is place the various parties under oath, and they can testify as to why the emergency guardianship should be entered and why it shouldn't. And then based on the statute, I'll make a decision. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll see you back here on the 28th.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Last matter is the guardianship of Paisley Chappelle and Braden Chappelle. And my understanding is we were going to do an evidentiary hearing today on this case. Is anybody not able to go forward with that today?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sal.
Yes, and we just kind of really got into this case. This is a case that I'm going to ask to withdraw from. I've spoken with Mr. Anagnostou, and he's willing to represent them, take over my representation of the mother. And I think then Mr. Anagnostou would need some time to prepare for a hearing. And I think Mr. Anagnostou is still here.
He did. He just went on. Let me go back to that file. All right. So we do have an immediate a minor guardianship order in place. Mr. Anagnostou, any sense of how long it would take you to prepare for this case?
Without knowing anything about it, probably 3 weeks.
All right.
Your Honor, if I just may provide a little bit of information I've been as the court visitor on this matter. I'm subsequently also appointed as the GAL on the family law matter. I just wanted to make record that the GAL review for the pro se family law matter, the report's due May 3rd, 2023. So I guess my recommendation might be to the court to maybe discharge me as the court visitor, appoint me as the GAL, have the review for the GAL report to be filed in both matters to allow the parties and the court to have the same information to consider in both arenas.
And then set this matter May 9th, which would be after the May 3rd report is due.
Yes.
Any comment about that? Ms. Ray, I think I'd like to hear from you and your position.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I have nothing to say. I was gonna say I haven't heard from Mr. South, but he's here. I'm having a little issue with the conversations over the phone with my children.
What are those issues?
My son brought up that he wanted me to mail his birthday presents because his birthday's next month. And I asked him why, and he mentioned that he was hearing that he's probably not going to see me again. And his sister Paisley said the same. And then I did get upset, and I asked for myself to be let go. I probably said a few things that I shouldn't have said, because my children shouldn't be bringing stuff like that up to me.
I did get off the phone. It seems like the over the phone visits aren't going so well, and I feel like it's because of there's a lot of background noise. I can barely hear my children as is, and conversations over the phone only on Tuesdays or at all. I feel like I'm limited. I'm getting to the point to where it's like, what do you talk about? I'm constantly asking them the same questions. I'm hoping to start getting visits with them here through Reconnecting Families soon. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Overby, can you give me some thoughts on how the telephone visits are going and why the children may make a comment like they may not see their mother again?
That is not true. The children know that they can see their mom and that it is up to her to schedule the visits. They do ask a lot of questions about when they're going to see their mom again. And we have been working with the WISE team to kind of encourage those conversations to go better, as there isn't really a good answer when Miss Ray hasn't set up visits in so long. Court ordered supervised visits back in January, and she has yet to set up one. And that is very stressful for the kids. The calls have not been going well. Paisley made a comment about mailing the birthday presents, and Shauna did get very upset and asked them specifically, why would you say that? You act like you're never going to see me again. And they did say that they felt that way. And it ended up being a very horrible conversation. They were all crying. Shauna did get off the phone. The week previous to that, Shauna started the conversation with, don't you want to see me again? I hope that, you know, we can see each other. And that put a bad tone to the conversation to start with. And they ended up getting off of the phone feeling very upset and distraught. But really, the ball is in Shauna's court to set up these visits at this time. I've made myself available to provide the transportation as needed, but I've heard nothing back.
Ms. Ray, what's your contact with Reconnecting Families?
That's what I wanted to mention, that I have spoken with, I'm not remembering her name right now. And I just spoke with her a couple days ago.
Was that Beth Fellows?
Huh?
Was that Beth Fellows? Does that ring a bell?
I believe so, yes. And she had been sick. She said last time I talked to her before that, it'd been a week, a little over a week maybe. I've been calling, trying to schedule these appointments, and nobody's getting a hold of me, just like Tim South. I don't know if it's my phone or what's going on. I am doing my part. I'm not sitting here. I feel like I'm on a standstill. Everybody keeps pushing me back. Like I gotta wait for another attorney to come in and read my stuff again. And I'm fine with that. I'm gonna have to be, but I am doing my part. And Beth said that she is going to try to get me in Saturday. Do not mention it. She'll see what she can do, because she's booked. I have no choice but to see my children on a Saturday or Sunday due to school schedules. And she's booked on Saturday and Sundays. So I did bring up, is there somebody else you can refer me to? She mentioned maybe, but you're going to pay more, you know. She's trying to save me on the cost. That's where I'm at.
All right, I'm going to appoint Mr. Anagnostou as your new attorney. And Mr. Anagnostou, maybe you could help make some contact with Reconnecting Families and see if we can get
Right.
visitation set up. I would like those to occur as soon as we can. I think I need to put this case over, as I indicated, to May 9th. And it sounds like I need to convert Ms. Smith from a CV to a GAL in this case.
Your Honor.
And I'll just file a new order to that effect. Let me make a note and then I'll take the question. Go ahead. Who is speaking?
It was me. What
Yes,
does the
please.
WISE program have to do with my visitation?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Ms. Overby, do you want to explain that?
The WISE team does not specifically have anything to do with the visitation. They are the intensive in-home family team that works with Braden specifically, as he was referred to the WISE team from his counselor at BHR due to his behavioral concerns and emotional issues. And so they help him process bluntly, the trauma and emotional effects.
That I hadn't contacted the WISE program.
Just, okay. Ms. Ray, you want to repeat that? I want to know what you just said.
She mentioned that I hadn't contacted the WISE program, and so I'm asking why I've already talked to them. He didn't mention that I had to go through him to see my children. So where is she not getting that I'm not trying to see my children? She stated it.
There's no order from this court that you need to go through the WISE program to see your children. The order is, once supervised visits are set up professionally, and that would be through Reconnecting Families, if that's who you contacted, then Ms. Overby is to cooperate to bring the children there so you can have a visit.
Can I finish clarifying?
Sure, please.
Where I was getting at with the WISE team is they help Braden process the stress of the conversations. And I was being asked about how those calls have been going and talking about why they would feel like they aren't going to see their mom anymore. Braden talks extensively with the WISE team about these phone calls and the visits because they are very stressful to him.
All right. Part of the reason that I ordered supervised visits was in hopes that I would get some visit notes, which I know Reconnecting Families always create when a visit occurs, to give me some feedback on how the relationship between the mother and the children are going. So I'm hoping we can do that. I'm hoping I get some of that feedback before May 9th. Okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns before we?
I was just wondering if Miss Ray could call into my office. That'd be the quickest way for me to start communicating with her.
Yes, I can.
I have my phone number.
Can I get your number?
Sure. 360-425-6500.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think that's it on this case, and we'll see everybody back here.
I have one more quick question about scheduling. On May 3rd, will that report be presented at a docket?
No, that's on a Wednesday, I believe. That's when the report will be due. It should be emailed or sent to you in some form, so you'll have a chance to review it. The next docket when we come back will be May 9th. at 10:30.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, that was a good question.
Can I
Ms. Ray?
ask one more question?
Absolutely.
Where is Mr. Chappell?
I can answer that question. He tried to get on today and was not able to. He is
In general, like, is he still in a home or where is he?
he is seeing the kids sporadically and having phone calls with them. He is in full agreement of this guardianship and has
Not what I asked, but okay.
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 We'll probably determine that on May 9th. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That'll be it on this case. We'll see everybody back here on May 9th.
Thanks.
Guardianship of Paisley Chappelle and Braden Chappelle. I saw Shauna Ray here and Mr. Anadosky's here. Did you see Mallory Smith's note? At least she sent me one requesting that this matter be put over to June 6th. She needs a little bit more time, and then the proposed guardian, Ms. Overby, wasn't available the week before. So she wanted to put this over to June 6th. And then we're going to put the parenting plan that's in the family law court over to June 7th. Anybody have any objection to that?
I guess we don't have an objection as long as the court will consider residential time for my client between now and then at today's hearing.
I know that Shauna Ray has visits set up through the supervised visiting center that we had been working with.
There's some issues we need to bring up, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and address those.
All right. This weekend is Mother's Day's weekend. My client would like to see her children on Mother's Day. Her next scheduled visit is not until the 20th. And it's supervised visitation through Beth Fellow's Reconnecting Families. So we'd like a visit to occur on Mother's Day. We understand the next supervised visit is not until the 20th. She's supposed to be getting phone calls, but the phone calls are very problematic. They're at 7 o'clock at night. I believe it might be at 6, but it's
7
hour. And then my client is cut off. We would like those earlier in the day and at least twice a week so she can, maintain better contact with her children and a relationship with her children. She's doing everything in her power to reestablish a relationship. So between now and the next hearing, we'd like 2 times a week at either 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon for an hour. The current phone contact is 1 time a week, and it interferes apparently with their dinner time. So we'd like it earlier so it doesn't interfere, and twice a week.
All right, thank you. Ms. Overby, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. In regards to the phone call, those are very stressful for the children. They don't know what to talk about. Braden is often upset after the call. It is scheduled from 6 to 7 o'clock on Tuesdays. She is only utilizing she calls it 7 usually, but not even every week does she call. Sometimes they sit and wait for this call and it never comes. It often leaves them upset. They often argue. There's always conversations about stuff that they're going to receive from their mother, but then it never shows up. Like they swapped addresses so that they could mail things back and forth. She's never mailed anything to them. They check every package that shows up. So I am not inclined to increase the amount of phone calls in a week myself. He did just get visits set up to every other week with the reconnecting families. She had her first visit last week. I heard it went okay. Braden was very anxious afterwards and had kind of a hard evening, but did very well and recovered well. But I'd like to see how those really go. Shauna is not using the parenting app that the
Because I
guardian
can't
has
get
already
on the
recommended
parenting
that
app.
we utilize. You're talking over me. She has not actually logged onto it since March 24th.
Right.
And so she is not receiving any of our messages that
I wasn't before
or
then.
any communication, like the extra phone call that I offered for Braden's birthday, the extra phone call I offered for Easter, the extra phone call I offered for Mother's Day, because she's not utilizing the court-ordered communication and calling from a different number every week.
Okay, Joe.
Mr. Agnosto, I'll let you respond if you want.
Well, without speaking with my client, I wouldn't have a response to the parenting app. I think she was saying something to that effect this morning to me about the parenting app. But the real point is, my client needs this process to move along. The father's out of the picture. She's going to do everything in her power to have a safe home for the children. And we need to get this process moving. We understand that the court's ordered the supervised residential time to reconnect my client with the children. She's doing that. And then we have these requests for, this weekend, Mother's Day weekend, and going forward until the next hearing. And I think they're relatively simple requests, and the children need to get used to their mother being in their lives, because that's what's going to be the outcome of this, we believe.
Your Honor.
Briefly, Ms. Ray, go ahead.
I would like to state that I've been having problems shortly after we connected to the app that Mallory had set us up with. And Mallory has been, I've told Mallory that I'm having problems with that app. I cannot see most of the things that Miss Overby is asking of me or texting whomever she's texting on that app, where the text should be, as far as communication goes, it's just blocked out. It's gray. I can't read through it at all. I've asked Mallory why it's going on. I've asked Joe why it's going on. They're both saying that they don't see that on their end. I've screenshotted it. I've sent it to Mallory. Mallory is well aware that I know of why I'm not on that app no more. I've never been able to communicate really at all with that app.
What app was that?
It's PPI.
It's app close, Your Honor.
App close.
And
why it's blocking out, I don't know. I have wrote the company itself, never heard back from them, and I believe Mallory had also wrote them, but I don't know the outcome of it. I never went back on that app.
Jason, Mallory, and myself are communicating effectively with that app on a very regular basis.
You probably are. I'm not going to make some stuff up. I sent the picture to Mallory. Mallory has it. I cannot see more than half of what you guys communicate about. I'm blocked out of it.
All right, let me address the app in just a minute. Ms. Smith recommended supervised visits with reconnecting families. That's been set up. Apparently, there's only been one visit.
Yes, it has.
I don't think that's sufficient for me to allow unsupervised visits at this point. I need a more of a track record, and I need to see the notes from reconnecting families. I do think it's appropriate to have a phone call on Mother's Day. Ms. Overby, what time would that work for you?
We have a musical at 2:00 on Mother's Day, so morning time or later in the evening, whichever she would prefer.
Ms. Ray, would a 10 o'clock telephone call work for you?
Sure, yeah.
So can I impose a question, Your Honor?
Sure.
Why can't my client go to the musical? Plenty of people around. It won't be unsupervised, you know. It's not necessarily supervised either, but there's people around, and she could see the children at the musical, and it's on Mother's Day, and tell them Mother's Day, and then leave. It's an open public event, I assume.
Ms. Overby, what's your thoughts on that?
My thought is that I do not want to be responsible for Miss Ray's interactions with the children. I don't feel comfortable with that. Me and Shauna do not always get along. And I think that would be stressful on both of us and the children, to be honest.
Your Honor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Why do I have supervised visits?
Because it's recommended by the guardian ad litem at this point. And again, I've got that recommendation. I'm following it. I don't believe there's been, again, enough of a track.
No, I understand that, but the actual me having to have supervised visits is based upon what? Why? What did I do to have supervised visits? I've never been told that, except for I dated Mr. Wymore in the past. That was it. I've complied with everything
Ms.
else.
Smith is not here right now, but I'm going to follow her recommendation. So I'm going to order a 10 a.m. telephone call on Mother's Day, initiated by Ms. Ray to the children. That should last for some period of time. And otherwise, I'm not going to allow Ms. Ray to go to the musical. The next supervised visit is the 20th. And the next date we're going to be together here will be June 6th at 10:30. And I will be entertaining more visitation and look at the type of visitation with Ms. Ray on that date. Okay.
One further question, is there going to be another immediate order entered in? There was a lapse in paperwork, and I was struggling with a couple of things with the kids, like the WISE team in particular needed me to sign some ROIs, but I could not get a hold of that paperwork.
Yes, I will extend the immediate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the phone contact, is the court going to entertain my request that it be expanded to twice a week and change the times?
I'm I'm going to deny that request at this point. We'll look at that on June 6th. It'll still be once a week. I guess from 6 to 7 is what's been ordered. All right. Thank you. We'll see you back here on June 6th.
Thank you.
Mr. Anagnosti represents Shauna Ray, and Ms. Overby is here. I know Mr. Chappelle is here. And is Shauna Ray here?
No, Your Honor. My staff has been talking with her on the phone this morning, and she just is unable to connect.
Okay. I did get the letter that you provided. I don't know that the other parties have seen it, but it was a letter summarizing her counseling at Core Health.
Right.
Recently. So is your client going to object to an emergency minor guardianship, Mr. Anagnosti?
No, not.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you are here. Okay,
right.
perfect.
Okay.
I have not been able to get on Zoom. It keeps kicking me out, so I had to call in. I'm very sorry.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad you're here. So I just asked Mr. Anagnosti whether Ms. Ray was going to object to the emergency minor guardianship. I understand she may have a different view when it comes to a full guardianship, right. But as far as an emergency minor guardianship, what's your client's position?
Currently, her position is that she's having difficulty finding appropriate housing for the children. She disputes that she is in a relationship, and I forget the name of the individual that Miss Smith put in her report. She's not in a relationship, but she is in a home that's too small, and her roommate has dogs that are not nice, and so she's trying to solve her housing issues. And as in, she's working on her mental health issues, and at this particular time, she's not opposed to the emergency guardianship. She has issues with the because they're currently living outside of Shelton. Her children are outside of Shelton. She's not getting to see her children except for supervised visitation. She's gotten word that the petitioning party, Miss Overby, wants to move even further away, has concerns about that. But we want to get to unsupervised visitation. She won't take them to the home where she's living, but she wants to have to be able to have more freedom with caring for her children. Her children want to be with her, and she wants to be with them. She's working on all of her issues. The only issue that she's that's kind of holding her back at this point is this housing issue, and she's working on that. She's trying to get into housing, hopefully into the country-run apartments where she would have for children to have beds and their clothes and all that kind of stuff. So that's her goal at this point. So the emergency guardianship, we're not objecting to it. We do want her concerns addressed with regards to Miss Overby moving somewhere, and then expanding the visitation as appropriate until she can get into housing.
All right, let's just deal with whether the emergency guardianship should be granted. So Mr. Chappelle, what's your position on that?
For it, for Miss Overby.
Okay. All right, so as to that issue, I guess Ms. Smith, you're in favor of the emergency minor guardianship.
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm going to enter then an emergency minor guardianship. I want to be clear about how long it lasts. So the initial time frame is 60 days. I'll set a review close to that date, and it can be renewed for another 60 days. But after that, it will expire. If a guardianship needs to go on longer than that, and that was what we call a full guardianship, that will need to be filed and come up for a hearing. If that's contested, that will usually go in front of one of the Superior Court judges. Okay, so I'll sign, let me go ahead and sign the emergency minor guardianship right now, and then we're going to talk about visitation. All right, Ms. Overby,
Department, are you calling from?
I don't know where I'm getting that sound. I think it may be either Ms. Ray or Mr. Chappelle.
Yeah, Dylan.
I think it was Mr. Chappelle. So, Mr. Chappelle, you'll need to unmute yourself if we talk in a little bit here. Ms. Overby, I want you to address your position on visitation, and also Mr. Anagnostou indicating you may be moving, and I'd like information on that.
At this time, I have a solid plan to move or relocate. The kids are enrolled in Hood Canal for the following school year, and that is my intentions at this point.
All right, so you don't have plans to move at this time?
I do not.
Okay. And what's your position?
At the very least, not out of this school district.
Okay. What's your view on visitation with Ms. Ray?
I strongly feel that the visits still need to be supervised. There have been several hiccups in the 2 visits that she has had. There is struggles during the phone conversations, false promises made that are not followed through with, which is very stressful to the children. Their relationship is very strained because of the false promises that are consistently made. Yeah.
Ms. Smith, do you have a view on whether visits should remain supervised at this point?
Your Honor, so it's kind of a catch-22. We have Ms. Ray does struggle with finances and being able to support herself in that regard. So the supervised visits is going to remain challenging for her. On the side of that is that there's significant challenges with consistency and stability during those visits that do impact the kids pretty significantly, especially when you look at the oldest child, Braden. He is very finite in his thinking in a lot of ways, and so that inconsistency does create a lot of angst and frustration for him. So to lift the supervised visitation, I am a little bit hesitant, but I would defer to the court how to proceed.
Ms. Ray, are you living in the Longview area right now?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ray, is there someone who could supervise the visits with you other than the professional supervisor?
Do they have to be like certified of something, or?
No, I'm thinking a family member or.
I would have family, yeah.
What family do you have in the area?
I have Justin Ray and his wife, Christina Mendez. Well, it would be Christina Ray. I have Phil Ray and his wife, Wendy.
Okay, and Christina Ray is what, your sister-in-law?
Justin is my cousin, so.
Oh, okay, so it's
right,
related to your cousin.
Right. I would need to talk to them. I'm sure Christina and Justin would do it for sure. Phil and Wendy are more on the busier side. They probably wouldn't be able to, but I could still ask them.
So let me ask you this: how? It's probably on here in just a minute. Well, how old is Paisley right now?
8.
Okay, and Braden is
11.
So, Overby, what would you think of a family member doing the supervision?
I would ask that maybe they be vetted, maybe have an interview with the guardian ad litem before setting something like that up. When the incident happened on Christmas, several members of her family came out onto the porch and cussed me and Jason out when we were just simply trying to pick up the kids for a visit for our parenting time. So I am a little concerned. I do not recognize the names of any of those people. Like, they're nobody that I know. And that makes me a little uncomfortable. but I'm not opposed.
Okay. So the guardian ad litem report indicates that Braden in particular really misses his mother. And I think I need to be sensitive to that. And by having professionally supervised visitations, we are, I am, as the court, I think, putting up some roadblocks because of the financial restraints on doing those. And so I've got the son on one hand saying, I really want to see my mom. The mom, on the other hand, not able to do it as often as she'd like because she can't afford the professionally supervised visits. And I'd like to find a way where the cost is at least reduced, if not eliminated, and provide for more time with Ms. Ray, and see how that goes. And eventually, you know, I think we need to have unsupervised visits as an option down the road. I think Ms. Overby's suggestion is excellent. Is there any visits set up right now with the kids?
They have a weekly phone call, and her next visit is on the 17th.
Okay.
And that's a supervised visit.
Right.
Yes.
Well, okay. I'm sorry to have everybody come back on such a regular basis, but if I put this over to the 15th, which is a week, hopefully, and I'm thinking of Christina Ray being the supervisor, Ms. Ray. I would like Ms. Smith to talk to Ms. Christina Ray and get a sense as to whether she'll be a adequate supervisor. And assuming that that's the case on the 15th, then she could start that on the 17th. But it is possible that she will not be appropriate, and then we'll have to continue with the professionally supervised visits on the 17th. So I'm not prejudging this. I'm just accepting Ms. Overby's suggestion that there be some inquiry. Okay. And hopefully if it works out and she's willing to do it, then that will open the door to perhaps some more visitation. Okay.
And the visit on the 17th, my understanding is I believe it's 2 hours, but I might be wrong on that.
Okay, we'll look at that. I'm probably going to expand that time frame if Ms. Ray works out, if Christina Ray works out.
Right.
The limitation of the 2 hours is because of the cost of the professionally supervised visit and their availability. So, okay. Okay, so I'm going to sign the order on the emergency minor guardianship, and then we'll see everybody back here in a week. Okay. Shauna Ray and Jason Chappelle. You guys saw Mr. Chappelle here. And Mr. Anagnostou represents Ms. Ray. I saw that appointment. Is Ms. Ray here? I don't hear her.
I know when I spoke with her yesterday, she indicated she was going to be here, Your Honor.
Let me just ask again, is Shauna Ray here?
I know in the hearing yesterday, she wasn't able to get on. She was trying to get on. And of course, all those hearings got moved yesterday.
Right. And we moved that hearing till tomorrow. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm tracking this case to go after the decision in the minor guardianship case. So we should put this case over then just a week to June 14th. And we'll see what happens in the minor guardianship case.
All right. I was trying to go through all the pleadings that have been filed in this case, which are extensive. There's a 44-page list of pleadings, and was trying to figure out what it's on for. It's on for review, or?
Well, it got set for a parenting plan. And then I think after that, there was a request for minor guardianship. And so I've been having this case follow the minor guardianship case because I don't know what I'm going to do in that case, but I want that decided first.
Okay.
Did you receive the GAL report in the minor guardianship case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll address that and see how we proceed with that case tomorrow then. Okay.
And this is set, go ahead. I'm sorry.
To the 14th at 9 o'clock.
Got it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Visitation schedules. And I think I had asked Ms. Smith to check with a proposed supervisor. I'm looking for the name. Go ahead, Mr. Anagnosky.
No, I was just saying that's correct. It's my understanding the guardian ad litem has looked into that and has a recommendation for the court.
Okay, good. Ms. Smith?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mallory Smith, guardian ad litem. I did provide a short supplemental report to the court, but maybe I didn't get back. I had filed it yesterday with a bench copy. So the short of it is that it's Miss Christina Mendez, her name. She is a family relation to Miss Ray by marriage. She had a conversation with me and she'd be willing to facilitate visitation once a week. She does reside in Cathlamet. It would be her preference that the visitations would occur in Cathlamet, and she'd be willing to open her home to facilitate that. She inquired of this GAL whether it would be agreeable if the parties were in community events during these visitation schedules. For example, she had mentioned that in Cathlamet they have their annual Bald Eagle Days that happens on a weekend. If Miss Ray is exerting her visitation on a Saturday or Sunday, the parties could participate in that event. It was my recommendation or concern shared with Miss Mendez that the caveat would be that she would still remain in eye and earshot of the children and Miss Ray during this time. That they were not, it was not appropriate at this time for the children and Miss Ray to leave the line of vision from Miss Mendez. Miss Mendez did indicate that she would be willing to extend visitations beyond just the 2-hour mark. Her request is that it not exceed more than 1 day a week. She has other familial responsibilities that she has to facilitate and coordinate. And I did a brief criminal history. Ms. Mendez appears very responsible, reliable. She has some minor traffic infractions, but that's the extent of what I was able to find in searching Odyssey and the court's website. The challenge I believe that will exist is that obviously Ms. Ray is without reliable transportation that may serve as a hindrance. I did note in my report that Wahkiakum does have their transit system, Wahkiakum on the go. I think Ms. Ray could probably follow up with that and see what that schedule looks like to coordinate pick up and drop off to get her to the Cathlamet area. And I'm unsure how that might impact Ms. Overby's travel, if that would make it easier or more difficult. She does bear the burden of all transportation at this time and continues to facilitate that. I think that the court should also know that now that we're in the summer schedule, I think that it's important that the consistency in which these visitations occur be elevated. There has been some need to transition or move schedules for phone calls, for visits. Some have been missed. More reasons that I won't sit there and say that it's any party's specific challenge that they've brought to the table. It's just been a reoccurring challenge that all parties have pretty busy schedules, and it's been hard to create consistency. I think given the summer schedule and the fact that the children are now out of school, that whatever agreeable schedule that the parties come to remain the consistent and priority for all parties involved.
Let me hear from Mr. Anagnostou, and then we'll go to Ms. Overby.
Yes, Your Honor, I received the guardian ad litem's report yesterday and recommendation. I was unable to reach my client at the time. I see that she's here. You know, I know that she's been working on these issues with regards to transportation. The most important thing to her, these are children that want to be with their mom. They want to see their mom, and they make that request. They make their wishes and desires known. She's trying to solve her housing issue. We've previously submitted, she's in counseling, and is, you know, there's no drug, alcohol issues here. It's primarily a housing issue that she's trying to solve. I know she's working on that. Trying to get into also housing. But I don't know if I agree, there's Wahkiakum on the move, and potentially, hopefully she's been able to look into that. We got this recommendation yesterday, so I'm not sure what her position is. If we could just ask her, she's here.
Ms. Ray, the request is that these visitations take place in Cathlamet. What's your position on that?
I have been taking the bus route here locally, and I think that I'm capable of doing the same for the Wahkiakum. I'm not sure if Wahkiakum, does it come to Longview? I'll have to figure that out, but I'm willing to do what it takes to see my children. I've been doing it this far.
Is Christina Ray here?
Yeah.
I am.
All right. I see Zaya, so I just want to make sure that was you. Go ahead. Any comment?
Yes, I'm actually very familiar with the Wahkiakum on the move. There is actually a drop off right on our road. And I can help Shauna get that information so that way she's able to access that to be able to come down here.
Do they still operate on the weekend? Do you know?
Yeah, that's my question.
Yes.
They do. Okay. Ms. Overby, any response to all of this?
Yes. I did prepare a short statement. I've spoken with several resources since the last hearing, and it has been ill-advised by both children's counselors that the children return to a more unsupervised visit at this time. I have spoken with Beth Fellows, who is the supervisor of the visits, and we had discussed that over the summer we would change to possibly a weekday visit so that she personally could supervise due to the concerns. She's had 2 supervised visits, one of which went extremely poorly. It involved lies, scandals, extreme manipulation, and frankly, emotional abuse of her children. And so she was hoping that during the summer we could switch to a weekday when she would be able to personally supervise those visits for better input. While I respect that Shauna has begun counseling at only 2 sessions, therapy takes time to get established and to make headway towards healthy, like conquering mental health challenges, which is what, from the reports that I've read, Mallory has been asking to happen in regards to expanding visitation and Shauna's, you know, unhealthy interactions with the children. Shauna is flat out refusing to utilize the court-ordered parenting app. And so I feel that communicating and establishing these visits is going to be difficult with her. And so right now, the communication is through Beth Fellows and the visitation center. And so that kind of gives a buffer there, and she's setting up the visits and we're following through with them. And so that has given some consistency to the visitations, which is good for the children and myself. I would have a financial struggle getting the kids there every single week. Right now, as it is, I budget $200 to $250 a month in gas alone. That's not maintenance or anything, to get the children to and from Shauna's visits. And I could not budget more than that. I am without economical transportation. I do have transportation. I get the kids to their appointments and everything. Paisley had a counseling appointment this morning. But my car is broke down and I'm driving a truck. And I could not afford to drive every single week to, what was the town name? Cathlamet, which I Googled that it is an extra 30 minutes to our drive time, making my drive time almost 2.5 hours there and 2.5 hours back, which is a lot of time for children to be in the car. So that is a concern of mine, and it adds gas costs to that transportation. I am on a fixed income and taking care of these two kids with no financial support from either parent. I do have a recommendation, considering that the visits have not gone smoothly or well up until this point. My recommendation is that we continue the supervised visits for 2 to 4 more sessions. And with summer fast approaching, we establish video calls and maybe increase those to 2 times a week so that she has more regular communication with the children, and continue with the every other weekend in-person visit. I would like to establish the video communication through the App Close app that we are court ordered to be utilizing, because they have a way to monitor the video interaction between the children that is easily admissible to courts if needed. My final note is that I know that cost has been brought up multiple times as the factor on why Shauna does not want to do supervised visits. She was able to easily spend $200 to $250 on unnecessary clothing items for the children this month that could have easily gone towards more quality time with her children. And
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Let's let Ms. Overby finish, then I'll let you.
And so I guess I'm just going to close with my proposal that is continuing on with the supervised visits until we've established a healthy baseline between Shauna and her children, and increasing the phone calls to a video chat twice a week. I did try to do a video chat with her and she wasn't able to make that work. We tried to connect through Braden's Kid Messenger app to do a video call, and she wasn't able to make that work at this time because her communication and phone issues are a long-standing, reoccurring problem. So I would like to get that set up. Thank you.
Ms. Overby, what's the status of Mr. Ray at this point?
Mr. Chappell?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chappell.
He is not having visitation with the children at this time. He is, I believe, going into another inpatient treatment facility.
He's not living with you at this point?
No, sir. He has not resided at this address since October.
Okay. Because the guardian ad litem recommendation is that he not have visitations until he starts or has an evaluation and treatment. And so I wanted to check in on the status of that.
Yes, he has only seen the children supervised since he went to his first inpatient treatment, and that was only after providing me with clean UAs, and I do not have one of those at this time, and so he has not had any visits.
Okay. Mr. Anagnosti, you may respond.
Yeah, no, I initially I had a question. The first question is that Miss Overby is not on video, and can she go on video for this hearing? my client has sent me a message saying that that doesn't sound like Miss Overby. Secondly, my client has indicated that the phone visits have been interrupted by Miss Overby. She has tried to arrange them, and Miss Overby will give excuses. They set the time. First, they set it earlier, and then they set it later, and it's kind of a moving target. My client is not getting all of her phone contact. From our point of view, Your Honor, Miss Overby is attempting to be a champion for the father, for Jason Chappelle, and is, interfering with my client's relationship with her children, and the children want a relationship with her. That's clear. The guardian ad litem has clearly indicated that in her recommendation. The issues with the visitation are being created by Miss Chappelle or Miss Overby. Miss Overby, and then she's now claiming that that's a good reason not to expand the visits as we're trying to do right now. Miss Overby is the one who lives in the Shelton area, and if the travel time, the children were here in Calais County, this action is in Calais County, and if there's an expense for her, she's trying to take my client's children from her. If there's an expense for her to do that, she's got to bear that. That's, she's the one who's seeking guardianship over my client's children. We were here, we talked about a third party as opposed to paid supervision because the court was sensitive to my client's very, very limited resources. And with these very limited resources, she's trying to solve her housing problem. And we need to foster the relationship, continue the relationship of the children with her mother. And the best way to do that, we talked about, and it was agreed, would be a relative that would be qualified by guardian ad litem to supervise. And we've done that. We've come up with a recommendation, and doesn't want that because we believe she's still trying to champion causes for Jason Chappelle, the father, and that's not her position.
Can I respond to that?
Not just yet. I'm going to let Ms. Christina Ray respond first.
So in regards to like documentation, I am willing to document the supervised visits also. I currently work as a care coordinator with the WISE program. It's an intensive mental health services for youth. So I am a mandated reporter too. So I don't know if that would help, the decision. But then I had also talked to Sean, I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, that, with the kiddos, in the best interest of trying to unify their mom and them together. I was wondering about guardianship or kinship into our home.
Right.
All right. You are free to file for your own another minor guardianship petition, just like Ms. Overby did, and then I guess we would have to determine what would be, which way we would go with that. But I can't make that decision today. Today, I'm really going to focus on visitation.
No problem.
Ms. Smith, I assume you have not talked to Ms. Fellows about this.
I have received visitation notes, which were also included in my supplemental report to you. It was one that was provided. She is still compiling the other notes from the other visitation. There was concerning, I wouldn't say lengthy, but there was a strong nod to some concerning behaviors that did occur at a particular visitation that do raise concerns as to Ms. Ray's ability to appropriately prioritize the emotions and the consistency and the standards that these children need. There was a promise that was a lie. With the child that she had purchased something for him. She had not purchased it. She then proceeded to lie about it being stolen, and then provided a letter to him in amongst his belongings that basically was a full disclosure. I didn't purchase these for you. I can't purchase for them. I feel really bad. So that's concerning. And that's quite candidly why I had a conversation with Miss Christina Ray about they need to be in earshot of her throughout the term of their visits. I think Miss Christina Ray does have an awareness of what is and isn't appropriate given her skill sets and her employment. But I would be remiss to say that the absence of supervision is appropriate for these kids right now. I think there's a lot of work that has been put into getting the children to a place where they can recognize and identify some of their challenges within their relationships with both parents. Both parents have been markedly inconsistent in setting standards and consistency for them. And I think if we diminish that and seek to move visitation to unsupervised, we are really setting these children up for failure.
Well, I'm not considering unsupervised. I guess the question is whether we continue with the Beth Fellow supervision for some period of time, given the concerns that Ms. Overby raised and apparently you acknowledge.
Sure.
Before we go to a situation where it's a little looser and more expanded with Ms. Christina Ray.
Sure. Yeah. I think Ms. Fellows has a smart recommendation to consider to continue with the supervised visits, professionally supervised. And maybe if we were to tier that down and say, let's get the notes from the next 2 or 3 visits, that will give potentially, that gives Ms. Ray 3 weeks. And if she's doing weekly therapy sessions, that's almost a month of therapy, skill building, identifying deficits, identifying strengths, that we could collect that data from her provider to see where she is at and acknowledging and pursuing better efforts. So
are these visits with Ms. Fellows weekly or every other week?
My apologies, every other week.
Okay. Ms. Overby?
Yes. Currently, they are bi-weekly on Saturdays, scheduled to have one this Saturday and then 2 Saturdays from this weekend. School is ending next week. They still go to school next week. But after that, I was working with the visitation center to get them on a weekday. I do want to bring it to the court's attention that the special education director at their school has recommended that Paisley attend summer school. And so 3 days a week for 4 weeks from July 11th to August 3rd, both children will be in summer school at the Hood Canal School. But I still would be able to do a weekday visitation. That way Beth Fellows can monitor the situation herself and provide documentation to the courts on how that is going. In regards to my location, the children have resided in Mason County since 2016. For at least half of the time, if not more than half of the time. And I have been a primary caregiver. And I think that I even qualify for de facto parenting based on the amount of involvement that I've had with these children for their entire life. I changed Paisley's diapers. She doesn't remember time in her life without me. And so discounting my involvement with the children is very minimalizing by Mr. Agnostu's
Go ahead.
And about my video, I apologize. I'm having connectivity issues today. And when I turn on the video, I can't hear anything else that's going on. So my lag is too much. So I just have my mic on today. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I
Briefly, Mr. Hennig.
briefly, just one thing with regards to phone calls, we need to get that so that they are not interrupted. Secondly, I would like to put to bed this shoe thing if we can do that, because my client is losing the opportunity to have a very good outside source supervise over these shoes. And I'm not sure if Your Honor's heard the whole story, but she promised her son to buy certain shoes. I don't know if they were Nike shoes or Air Jordans or whatever they were. She promised him, and then she wasn't able to follow through on that. She told him she had actually got them, but then they had gotten stolen because she tries to please her son, and that's what she was trying to do. She made a mistake. She's apologized to him. She's dealt with this in counseling. She made a mistake. She promised her son something, and because of that, we're sticking with supervised visitation with Beth Fellows, because this occurred during those visits. Give me a break. She made a mistake. She promised her son that she had purchased him some shoes when she hadn't. That's what everybody's hanging their hat on here. She's in counseling. She doesn't do drugs. She's supplied clean UAs. She's got a great supervisor with a great background who will supervise the visits, but yet we're hung up on these shoes.
It's the lies and the mental manipulation, not the shoes.
All right, let me sort my thoughts here. I want to say a number of things, but I want at least 2 more supervised visits with Beth Fellows before we make a change. And I hope, Ms. Christina Ray, you can be available in the future. Let me say that I find Christina Ray is an appropriate supervisor. And when we get to the point of doing that, if she's still willing to serve as a supervisor, then I will agree to that. I find what apparently is not disputed, this lie regarding the shoes, I would not minimize it as Mr. Anagnosti did. I think it's significant. It breaks trust with the kids. Nothing really disappoints and harms a relationship between a parent and child than a promise about something that isn't followed through on. And this one wasn't even that. It was worse than that. It was a lie about what she had done. So I think it is significant. And there were other issues that make me feel that we need to have 2 additional supervised visits at least with reconnecting families. So apparently there's going to be one on June 17th. And then I don't know if there's going to be one during the day after that, but there'll be another one around July 1st. I want to see the notes of those visits. And actually, I want to see the notes of all the visits. So if, I don't know if Ms. Smith can get those filed with the court. It looks like you filed some in your recent report, which I haven't seen. And I guess the question is, can we come back on July 6th, or should I say the 13th, so we can make sure those notes get filed?
The sooner the better, Your Honor. I would prefer the 6th.
Your Honor, can we go back to Tuesdays, please?
I will get the notes.
Can I get more conversations with my kids?
We'll talk about that in a minute. That's a good question. Let me look at your.
I'll make sure that you have the notes by before July 6th.
This is the way the clerk's office breaks it down. Even number minor guardianship cases are heard on Tuesdays. Cases ending in an odd number are heard on Thursdays. This case is 057. And my concern is if I move it back to Tuesday, that's going to cause some issues with the clerk's office. So I can't do that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's talk about video visits. I think the recommendation is those increase to 2 a week. I think that's a good idea. What times are good for you, Ms. Ray?
Anytime.
What times are good for you, Ms. Overby?
Currently her call has been 6 to 8 on Tuesday from the time that we started it. That has always been her call time, and I would like to keep that one.
Okay.
Shoot. My guess would be like a Friday morning once summer starts in 2 weeks. And we can, for like a reoccurring time, as I know that they will be having Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday school throughout the summer as well.
And we have another evening until we get there, like a Thursday or Friday evening, 6 to 8.
I have we have a martial arts class that we take every Thursday evening, and Friday evenings I have an obligation.
Okay.
But I could squeeze in an after school time on one of those days possibly in the interim.
That's what I'm wondering until we get to Friday. Do you know when school's out during the summer?
School gets out next Friday.
Okay, so next week, we're looking at the week of the 20th. So there'll be a call on the 20th from 6 to 8. Let's say there was a second one on the 22nd. What time could that be? That'd be on Thursday.
From 4 to 5 is the only open window on that at that time on that day.
Okay. And can we repeat that the week after that? 27th and 29th, same times.
Yes. School will also be out at that point, and so I would like some flexibility to maybe get a morning appointment with her set up. And I would like to insist on her acquiring the app close app that me and the guardian ad litem and Mr. Chappell are all using to communicate effectively, because there's video chat capabilities via that app.
Okay. All right, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday next week, Tuesday and either Thursday or Friday then the week after that. What's the concern, Ms. Ray, about the app close app?
The concern is not really a concern, except for the fact the phone that I have right now, the last couple phones actually, when I go to the app, I could see Jessica and the guardian ad litem having a conversation, or somebody's having a conversation, and I'm not able to read it at all. I've sent Mallory the proof of that. I have wrote the company and asked them what the problem is. I never got a response back from anybody, but they want to complain that I don't get on the app at all. I have ordered a phone through a whole different company, through Xfinity, and I've been sitting here since the 3rd waiting for the phone. I call every day checking on the phone, and somebody keeps calling Xfinity and changing my address. So this has become a game that I feel that just anything to get me, in trouble with my custody case or parenting plan or anything involved with my children.
What's the game? Requiring this app?
No, my phone that I'm waiting for, it not coming to me and being sent and bounced around to these different addresses.
So what does Ms. Overby have to do with that?
I didn't say Ms. Overby had.
Well, how is that interfering? You're indicating that you think somebody's interfering with your custody case.
Because I have limitations with the phone that I'm on now. It's not letting me on the app, right? Or I can get on it, but I can't see anybody's conversations. Why should I be on it? So I was letting you know that I'm trying to get into another phone with a totally different company, but somebody's rerouted my phone.
But that has nothing to do with your visitation or custody issues.
Okay. I'm sorry.
All right. I think linking that doesn't sound appropriate to me. Right. You can walk into AT&T, and if you sign up for their plan, in some cases they'll give you a free phone. You haven't tried something like that?
That was the phones that I have.
Or AT&T phones?
No, not AT&T. I can't go through AT&T. They were Metro PCS phones. And then I've had a couple of the government phones.
So then, how have you had any video conversations with your children?
We tried last week, and she had me download the children's messenger app, and when I downloaded it, it all of a sudden hung up on us and did a bunch of stuff with our phone call, and it didn't work at all. I couldn't even call them back after trying to download that. I had to wait for her to call me back.
And so what did you do? Just have a telephone call then?
I ended up with just a telephone call.
Ms. Overby, I can encourage the use of the App Close app. I can't require Ms. Ray buy the right phone to make it work. And if she's not able to acquire that, then I don't know how I can enforce that. So I think
that puts limitations from her end on the forms of communication that she can have with her children, because I have really gone out of my way to try and make a video chat or the calls more enjoyable for them. I provide them with activities that they can do with their mom. Like yesterday, Paisley was playing our communication dice game and asking, thought-provoking questions to be able to have a meaningful conversation. So I am really going out of my way to make these phone calls more enjoyable for not only Shauna, but the children as well, and providing them like books to read to their mom. But if she can't provide an app or something to be able to video communicate with the children, I don't have a solution to that either.
I will provide an app. I'm waiting for a phone.
Okay. Well, until that happens, I guess we're left with telephone calls with the children on the same schedule.
If I may, Your Honor, I was just wondering if I could comment about because my client has told me that Ms. Overby interferes with her phone calls when she is having them with the children. She interferes.
I disagree. I spend most of my time in my room giving them privacy and space. I did advocate for Braden, who was very sick yesterday and on like Tylenol and cold medicine, that he was, falling asleep during her call, and he really wanted to go take a bath and go to bed and didn't know how to politely excuse himself. And so I had Paisley take over the phone call and disappeared.
All right. I'm not convinced that Ms. Overby is interfering. I think she's doing everything she can to facilitate it. And we're having equipment issues. I'm not convinced she's interfering. So I think the children should have some alone time on the phone with Ms. Ray. And so let's continue to do that. The next time we'll be back will be July 6th. That's a Thursday at 10:30.
And that's to discuss having a different supervisor other than Ms. Fellows.
It is, but it's also to review the supervision notes from Reconnecting Families. Right. I don't know which way I'm going to go on that. I'm certainly going to make, it's going to be important that there be consistent video or phone calls, and that's going to be important that there be consistent visits at Reconnecting Families. And then I want to see what those visit notes say. Ms. Christina Ray, could you be back here on Thursday, July 6th?
Let me double check my schedule. I'm sure I can make it work, but
I assume you're at work right now. Yeah. I don't want to interfere much with your schedule, but I think it would be helpful if you could be here then.
Is it the same time, 10:30 also?
It is.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and block out my schedule and just flex my time.
Okay, and if there's a time constraint around that and you need me to take this case earlier in the docket, then just let me know.
If you could do it at the beginning, that would be great. So that way I know how much time to actually block out.
Okay, I'll try to do that. I wanted to take it at the end today just because I knew it was going to be a longer conversation. So, but I can accommodate that.
All right, thank you.
I apologize. I lied. Not really. Would the court be okay with the submission of a motion in order for compensation for partial payment, considering how long this matter is continuing out for?
Yeah, that's fine. Please direct it to me.
Okay.
And I'll look at that. And finally, Ms. Ray, any comment at this point? I don't see her unmuting herself. Okay. All right. We'll see everybody back here on July 6th. Okay. Shauna Ray and Jason Chappelle. Mr. Anagnostou.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is Jason Chappelle here? All right. I think this needs to go over one more time because we've got the minor guardianship set next week. I did get your filing showing the negative care follow-up. So,
right.
I'll take that into account next week also when we deal with the minor guardianship.
That's not right. The minor guardianship is on Tuesday?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to go forward with it at that time, and then we'll come back to this docket. I should a week.
It was the internet.
So that would be June 21 at 9 o'clock.
Okay. Very good, Your Honor.
Ms. Smith, will that work for you?
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll see you both back then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Mallory Smith, guardian ad litem. I am referring to the Ray versus Chapel matter. I believe this should be a set over. We have a minor guardianship that's competing with this that is still moving forward.
Okay, I did see that. Thank you. So let's call number 4 in our docket, 17-3001028. That is Shauna Ray and Jason. Is it Chappelle or Chapel?
Mr. Chapel.
Thank you. Please correct me if I say names wrong. I often do. So do we have Ms. Ray on Zoom?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that she has representation from Mr. Anagnostou.
Yes.
I attempted to make contact with him earlier this week to see if we could set this matter over. But I know that he has a pretty heavy caseload. So yes, I don't know if he was in agreement with the set over or not.
About every time I'm a fill-in commissioner, I see, sir, you on the docket. So I know that you do have a busy caseload. So
yeah. I didn't have a chance to get back to her, and I don't have this case is tied to a guardianship action on that docket, and so it can be set over. Sure.
Okay, and then I think I saw a respondent on here. Sir, are you with us? Maybe I didn't.
I saw Mr. Chapel earlier as well.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. It's just under a different name. Thank you.
Yes.
So the request is to set this over. I do see that there's kind of a tracking guardianship issue that has been making its way through the process. And the note I wrote to myself was, get an update on the guardianship case. So it sounds like that's still working its way through the channels. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
How much time would we be asking for a set over of this family law matter then?
I would suggest a month.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 weeks, but a month is good.
Okay, so what if we do, are the parties available July 26th?
I am, Your Honor.
That
Okay,
works for me.
Yes.
Mr. Chappell, okay, great. So let's go ahead and I'll just note due to the guardianship matter, we'll go ahead and continue this case to our July 26th, 9 a.m. docket.
Right. I have one question.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If it's all right for me to have a Zoom visits every weekend with my kids?
Your Honor, I would respectfully ask that this be moved to the minor guardianship matter because the children are actually in the custody of a guardian at this time and not in the custody of mom at this time. So I think that's
Right.
more appropriate that it's addressed in the minor guardianship.
And I think that's probably true. I'm just looking, there was a bench order back in February, but that was only relating to Ms. Ray's contact via phone. So I probably, sir, I don't have anything in front of me to make an educated decision one way or the other about whether that would be in the best interest of the child. So one of two things. Number one, as Ms. Smith noticed, please, you can address that in the guardianship case when that comes up next. Or if you want this court to look at it, I would need some documentation filed with that request and some sort of evidence supporting that that would be in the best interest of the child. Otherwise, for now, I'm going to leave this family law case as is.
The guardian asked me to ask, so.
Understood.
My wife, yes.
Totally understood. So it sounds like addressing this in the guardianship case first is going to be the best
All right.
move forward. And I think this court would be more comfortable with that avenue. Okay. But I appreciate you bringing it up. And it's certainly, if it's something that hasn't been addressed by the time we meet again in a month, get something filed with this court about at least 5 days before that hearing, and we can talk about it at that next review date.
All right.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Guardianship of Paisley Chapel and Braden Chapel, 234-0005708.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mallory Smith, guardian ad litem, present.
Ms. Smith, long time no see. Who else do we have present for this case?
I'm present, Your Honor. I represent Shauna Ray, the mother.
All right.
And I believe Miss Overby may be in the waiting room. She has some connectivity issues.
Yeah, it seems like I saw her earlier.
Yes.
There was an Overby here for a long time.
I'm present, Jason Chappell, their father.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. I don't have anyone in the waiting room. I will keep an eye out for her. So I have this as a review hearing. And there's a notation that to review Beth Fellow's visitation notes from the clerk there. Looks like we were here on the 15th. Supervised visitation was ordered. There was a report from Ms. Smith filed same time. And that's where we're at. So is this just to review how the visits have been going the last couple of weeks?
Somewhat, Your Honor. So what Commissioner Nelson indicated was that he wanted 2 more visits to occur, supervised, paid for supervised. My client's she's disabled, she's on disability, she doesn't have a whole lot of money. But he indicated she had to pay for supervised visits on 2 more occasions, and he wanted to get the notes. She had a visit on July 1st. I had a conversation, text messages going or emails going back and forth with Miss Fellows. She hasn't gotten her notes prepared for the July 1st meeting yet, visitation. it's our hope that we can change the supervision. We had provided a name to the court, and the court had interviewed her and determined she's got a great background. She's quasi child guardian of some type, but I don't have those notes from me right now. Anyway, to go to supervised visitation that is not paid for. There's no fee. This is a friend of my client, and she was qualified by the court to be a supervisor, and I don't have her name right in front of me.
Your Honor, it's Miss Christina Mendez. She actually, I believe, works through the WISE program as well as a profession. She is a family member through marriage. I had an opportunity to speak with her. She did message me earlier today. She had planned on appearing at court today, but was pulled away for a child in crisis, so she was not able to attend today. And it's my understanding that Ms. Mendez also inquired of the court of potentially becoming a party to the action as well, as I guess potential proposed guardian.
Okay. And is, I guess, Ms. Smith as the GAL in this case and the knowledge of Ms. Mendez, do you take a position on, and this is obviously, the court doesn't know what Ms. Fellows said. And I don't know if Ms. Smith, you heard from Ms. Fellows since July 1st, but what's your comfort level with essentially moving to non-professional supervision or supervised visitations with Ms. Mendez?
So if we look at the dynamic or the functionality of this, I think Ms. Mendez is capable of providing supervised visitation. I had a very candid conversation with her about some of the things that I think would be reasonable to expect during this visitation. So it would mimic similarly to the professional supervised, the children and the mom cannot be out of earshot or sight of Ms. Mendez. Ms. Mendez inquired as to whether they could participate in social functions. They live in Cathlamet, so the Bald Eagle Days, if they could participate in that as a group, allowing Ms. Ray to have that interaction with the kids. It gets a little tricky. That would create more commute for the children specifically if the visits were moved to Cathlamet. I'm hesitant in Ms. Ray's ability to remain consistent in navigating that. We have visitation calls that are still not occurring with regular consistency. And we have, the supervised visitations haven't been consistent. They've been, I think 2 or 3 of them have been canceled for a plethora of reasons. With that said, though, Ms. Ray is very limited financially on what she can and cannot do. So it is an inhibitor to her to have to pay for supervised visits in order to exercise that time as well. I think if we were to able to, I'm not sure as to Ms. Mendez's ability to facilitate those visits in the Longview area to minimize some of that travel and that burden for Ms. Overby as well. So those are kind of my considerations and concerns. I think that Ms. Mendez could facilitate the visits, but that it just creates, it's a shift of challenges that we're going to be navigating. I don't know that it's mitigating any challenges at this point.
Okay. Mr. Anagnosio.
Well, I concur with the guardian ad litem's assessments. My client does have financial issues and really can't afford the paid for supervised visitation. I know she's missed one of the visits just primarily because of finances. She just couldn't, she just doesn't have the money. So, you know, the children, if you have gone through the file, they want to see their mother, they want to have a relationship with their mother. And it's being hampered by the fact that they are now in Tacoma with the petitioning party and Miss Overby. And, you know, it's going to be somewhat potentially of a commute for her, but this is to foster and maintain the relationship my client has with the children and the children have with her. So, it will be financially difficult for my client to get to Wahkiakum County, but she's going to do it. She's you know, indicated that at, you know, whatever she has to do, she'll. It's been a long ordeal for her to get to this point.
I just wanted to say I am present. I am Jessica Overby, the guardian of the children, and have been following along on YouTube while I was having connectivity issues. Thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you. Okay, so not hearing any concerns, and I assume Mr. Ananastu would be honest with the court about if Ms. Fellows indicated some serious concerns with any visitation that's occurred recently. Go ahead.
I would like a chance to speak on that because I have a very different opinion. Okay. I have spoke with Beth Fellows several times, and there have been concerns risen, and she was supposed to be reaching out to Mallory Smith in regards to these. Currently, Braden and Shauna are bickering constantly. Braden doesn't want to do the phone calls. He doesn't want to go to the visits. He is really struggling with their communication. And I strongly disagree that it would be in their best interest to leave the supervision of supervised visits at this time, especially with the conflict of interest of becoming another guardian potential. That tells me that there is some ulterior motives on Christina Mendez's part. And that she would no longer be an impartial supervisor for Miss Ray, which she stated in our last hearing herself that her intention would just be to reunite the children, and that is why she would want guardianship, even though that is not in the best interest of Braden and Paisley at this time. Braden is pretty adamant that he wants to go to Hood Canal School next year here in Mason County, which is where the children have resided the majority of their childhood. They have lived out here in Mason County through the 50-50 custody between Miss Ray and Mr. Chappell. And Shauna has not been exercising any of her extra phone calls that were ordered by Mr. Nelson last hearing. She isn't calling during her regular call times consistently. She's ending the calls early. She's fighting with Braden. They're having loud arguments. And so it's just really not going very well. She was supposed to set up video calls. She has not done that at this time. She doesn't have a phone to even set up these visits. Right now, Beth Fellows helps bridge that gap in communication between myself and Miss Ray to make sure that the visits have a consistent schedule because her phone is so wonky all the time. I have 4 different numbers right now to attempt to contact her if I need to get a hold of her for some reason. And that is a huge concern. And I don't think moving away from supervised visits until her communication struggles are solved is wise at this time. Thank you.
Right. Anyone want to
Well, yes, Your Honor. Brief response. We are not moving away from supervised visitation. We're keeping supervised visitation. We understand the concerns that have been presented. It's just not paid for because my client can't afford to see do the paid for supervision by Miss Fellows. And so this is a great opportunity of a very qualified person to supervise the visits. And if the court wants some kind of reports from her, she was, I'm not sure if she's one of the phone calls here, but I know she was at the last hearing, and she would be responsive to the court's instructions and give reports.
And Ms. Smith, anything else based on Ms. Overby's comments?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I think Ms. Overby's assessment of the inconsistency and the concern raised does have merit. The visitation, the phone call visitations are remarkably inconsistent. There's a lot of challenges that are alleged that prohibit Ms. Ray from exerting those. I will still maintain that supervised visitations absolutely should remain. I guess I would defer to the court whether they need to be professionally supervised or not. I would suggest potentially considering having Ms. Mendez review or consider maybe an oath of supervision to understand the full breadth and depth that the supervision needs to occur if the court decides to move to unsupervised. Ms. Ray is significantly stunted on creating consistency. It's been a challenge that predates this matter. I was previously appointed on the parenting plan matter a couple of years ago. At this point, I believe that Ms. Overby's accurate in saying that Braden is at the age now where he has the awareness and understanding to know that this inconsistency can be mitigated and can be taken care of, and he's not seeing that. And that's really creating a pretty significant fracture for his relationship with his mom at this point. And so it's for those reasons why I truly believe that supervised visits do need to maintain. But like I said, how we accomplish that, I would defer to the court.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more note. Shauna ended up calling Beth Fellows' office called us minutes before we were leaving to transport the children to one of her visits of the two that she was supposed to have, with a cancellation that significantly stressed the children out and very much upset both of them. And so she's not even being consistent with the visits that she's supposed to be having now. And that too is creating a huge fracture in their relationship altogether. And so setting it up through somebody who isn't as familiar with creating this consistency like Beth Fellows' office is, I feel is just going to set them up for even more failure and more communication struggles between not only myself as their caregiver right now, but between the kids and their mom, whether it be the time of the visits, the consistency of them happening on a regular basis. And I do want to put in that the drive is even longer for these kids who honestly don't need to be in the car for that much longer to make it all the way to the other location. Yeah, it is a huge concern of mine to change the supervisor at this time.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's noted. So obviously the best interest of the kids is first and foremost. But mom, there needs to be an opportunity for parents to kind of repair some of the shortcomings. Clearly, Miss Ray has consistency problems. Even her own attorney agrees with that in this case. I don't like to hamper visitations because of monetary or lack of monetary funds. That's frankly is the child's physical safety concerns, can very well require professionally supervised visitation. We're still clearly in a position where supervised visitation seems to be appropriate. And I think the consistency factor that everyone is concerned about is important to keep in mind as well. So here's, I'm going to allow the supervised visitation to occur with Miss Mendez, assuming that she submits an oath of supervision, so she understands what's required of her, and that reports are filed after every visitation. I'd like to review this, and currently, and I don't have it in front of me, how many visits is it one a week that were currently scheduled?
Currently, she's doing every other weekend visitation.
Okay, so we have, so if I set this over for 1 month, we'll have 2 visits.
Right.
Should have 2 visits. Okay. My hope is if she's not having to pay for these and schedule it in the timeframes that are available through the supervised visitation center, that maybe the consistency will improve. I'd like to, what if we reviewed this in about the 17th of August at 10:30? That should allow for at least 3 visitations, possibly 4, depending on which weekends those fall on. And frankly, I think at that point in time, if there's issues with Miss Ray getting to these, canceling at the last minute, even when money isn't a factor, then the court is going to reconsider dialing back those visitations, because I take Miss Overby's comments seriously that the kids, frankly, it could be very detrimental to the relationship between the two, because children may end up just resenting mom when she can't come, and maybe just taking a pause on those would be a better situation than the anticipation of a visitation that doesn't happen. So I'd like to review this 17th and see and have kind of some reports from those visits. If for some reason Miss Mendez isn't available, they still can be professionally supervised. That would still have to be set up though by Miss Ray. I would assume she would choose the other as if it's available. Right.
The oath that you wanted Ms. Mendez to sign, who's going to provide that? Do you provide it, or does the guardian ad litem, or do I put that together? Or?
I think we have one on our webpage. Ms. Smith, I don't know if, I think all the GALs may have been provided with that.
I do have an oath of supervision. I can review the court website to see if it is similar, and provide that to her and discuss that with her, and then have her file that.
Perfect.
Perfect.
All right.
Your Honor.
Good luck. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I would like to set up visitations with the kids on Zoom for the next few weeks.
All right. Ms. Smith, what's the GAL's position on that?
Your Honor, I am agreeable to Zoom visitations. Mr. Chappell remains challenged in gaining and maintaining sobriety. I don't believe in-person visitations should be awarded at this time. I think a Zoom meeting would be appropriate. I guess, Mr. Chappell, I guess I'm not sure. Currently, are you engaged in inpatient treatment now, or are you still?
Yes, at the moment, in inpatient at North Sound Behavioral Health Center. And think it's in Everett. And it's a 58-day program.
How many days do you have left, sir?
I get out August 11th.
Okay. And they're able to help you facilitate those Zoom
Yes.
meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a time frame that you need to stick within or anything like that?
Saturday, Sunday.
So weekends would work best for you?
I think I can set up a Zoom time pretty much any day of the week.
Okay.
And I just, if it's court ordered, then I can get together with Joe and set it up and talk with my counselor and make it happen.
Ms. Overby, any concerns with working with Mr. Chappell on getting those set up?
I do not have concerns about getting those set up. I would like to, my one concern is that if we start doing these regular Zoom visits with Mr. Chappell, that he continues to have regular communication with the children even after the August 11th, and that this isn't just a short-term jump in and then ghost them again, because that really has hurt his relationship with his children as well. And so the follow through afterwards is important to me.
I think I would completely agree with that. I'm sure Mr. Chappell would agree with that. And my hope would be that Mr. Chappell would, he's addressing some of the concerns that exist in this case and trying to get some help through this treatment program. So Mr. Chappell, I guess I'm just going to stress that it's super important, the consistency, even if it's just a Zoom call. Your kids really need that from you, and I'm sure you need that from them. So
Definitely.
I'll authorize Zoom contact, and then we'll review how that's going on the 17th of August as well. So if anybody has any concerns or consistency is becoming an issue, you can address that on the 17th as well.
Your Honor, is that one Zoom call per week at the availability of the parties? Is that?
Yes, let's start there. And then we can, if things are going really well, we can look at potentially increasing that on the 17th of August.
And I just had a question. Mr. Chappell indicated what facility he's in, but I didn't catch that.
I think he said North Sound Behavioral Health. Is that what you said, Mr. Chappell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't know, I don't have all the orders for today. So I don't know if there's Mr. Anagnosio, you can put together an order for what was done today, or if you've supplied one and I can just add to it. Did you supply one?
I don't think so. This has been kind of, I got involved in this kind of midstream, and I think it was Commissioner Nelson had set it up for these various reviews, but I can put together an order.
I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay.
And then I will sign it upon presentation. And Ms. Overby, I appreciate you working so hard to get into the Zoom hearing, and I appreciate you working with Mr. Chappell to get those Zooms set up. And we'll review this on the 17th of August at 10:30.
Can I get a little bit of clarification about these visits with Miss Mendez? I would request that those occur on the weekends that are already scheduled as Beth Fellows weekends. As some of our schedules, like I have those as reoccurring in my calendar, and so I have not planned over any of those visits, but there may be things on the weekends that are not those weekends. And so if those weekends could stay consistent, I would appreciate that. And who is responsible for the communication on those visits? Is Shauna going to need to set those up and communicate with me about those? Or, because that's where my hesitancy and concern is where, how are we going to talk about this and get this set up? And so if there was some clarification on that, it would be appreciated.
Mr. Anagnostou, it sounded like you wanted to respond.
Yeah, I was wondering which weekends, when is her next visit? Is it this weekend or is it next weekend?
It is next weekend.
So next weekend. I can, Ms. Overby, I think I have your email, but I'm not sure. If you want me to email you confirmation of the visits and that kind of stuff.
We have communicated via email, so I'm pretty sure that you do have it, and it is record of the court as well. Hasn't changed.
Okay.
And so you are going to be communicating visits?
Right, I'll communicate with my client, I assume you'll take the children to Wahkiakum County to Miss Mendez, and my client will either be there or arrive there shortly after. But I'll confirm all that.
Okay.
So we're not gonna sit here and hash out the details. Really, it's gonna be Miss Ray and, you know, by and through her attorney that needs to take on the responsibility for getting these set up, communicating, making sure it works with everyone. And ideally, I think I would agree with Miss Overby. We should try to aim for the same weekends that are currently set, since her schedule shouldn't be completely disrupted based on the change in being non-professionally supervised. So let's try to stick with those same weekends. And if that doesn't work for all the parties, I guess I'm just going to say this for the record, then we'll move on. But if for some reason there isn't availability from Miss Mendez and Miss Overby, I'm not going to fault Miss Ray for that, unless it's I'm calling you on Friday night to schedule a visitation for tomorrow, and there's no notice. So
thank you.
All right, good luck. We'll see you on the 17th.
Yes,
thank you.
Questions?
None.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you all. You are free to log out. Good morning, Mr. Anagnostou. I think I'm ready for your case if you are. This will be Shauna Ray and Jason Chappell or Chappelle, not exactly sure the correct pronunciation. And then I see Ms. Smith present, GAL. This is case 3 on our docket, 173-001028. I don't off the bat see either of the parties present. Are we expecting them?
I was expecting my client. I know she's had difficulty with the technology, but I don't see her either.
2 other non-GAL parties present. I'm not sure if there's a tech glitch happening, but I still have 5 more cases on the docket, and I don't have complete parties present for any of those. So I don't know if it's a tech thing.
I would suspect that father likely is not going to appear.
Okay.
Managing these deadlines has been pretty challenging for him. He's also an inpatient right now, so I don't know that he has access.
I did see that from the guardianship case. I don't know, Mr. Anagnostou, Ms. Smith, in light of the party's absence, should we renote this? Or we can wait a few minutes. It's really up to you all. I did review the guardianship update, and I did see that update about father and inpatient.
And usually the guardian is here, and I don't see her either.
Ms. Smith is the GAL.
Yeah, not the GAL, but the petitioner.
Oh, I gotcha, from the minor guardianship. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, they're not on either.
It's my understanding that she typically just observes on YouTube, as she's not a party to this case.
That might Yeah.
I guess my suggestion to the court to consider is maybe, and if Mr. Anagnosti would be agreeable to this, is just having it noted at a later date, setting it out for another 30-day review, given the status of the minor guardianship. I was just wondering if Mr. Anagnosti would just prefer to set it for hearing once minor guardianship has been dealt with. But again, I guess I would defer to the court and Mr. Anagnosti.
I mean, that makes sense to do it that way. And this was set up by Commissioner Nelson to go along with the guardianship case. So yeah, I mean, it makes sense that we do that.
Okay, just looking to see when the next, looks like the next guardianship will be August 17th. That's your next appearance on the guardianship. That's when they're going to review some additional requests for visitation, perhaps, or just review the visitation, I guess it says. We'll consider limiting visitation during the next hearing. So do you want to set this out on our first docket after August 17th?
That's what we've been doing. And then it ends up, we end up having this hearing in advance of the guardianship, but I think that's what we should do. Yeah.
Okay. So if the parties are available, I could offer, so the 17th is a Thursday, so we'd be looking at Wednesday, August 23rd at 9 a.m.
I will actually be out of the office that week. Can we do the 30th?
Yeah, Mr. Anagnosto, if you have no objection, we can move this to the 30th.
We have the Ludwig trial the week of, according to my calendar.
28th. Yeah. Well, we could go out to September 6th, and if you all feel like you need to renote it on quicker, we certainly can.
I think that would be preferred.
Okay, let's do September 6th at 9 a.m. You know, I'm comfortable with that because there is that tracking minor guardianship case that's addressing most of the same issues. So unless the parties have something on the family law front solely that comes up, you could certainly feel free to note it on sooner.
And is that date okay with you, Ms. Smith?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll get that set and we'll see you folks back here on September 6th on this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
So in this, who do I have present on? I see you there, Mr. Jason Chappell. Do I have anyone else present on that?
I'm here.
Okay, I see you there.
I'm here, Your Honor. I represent Shauna Ray, the mother.
Okay, and so I see you there appearing by phone. What I'll need you to do, if you're, is it Overby or Overby, if you would turn your video off and leave your audio on. The video takes up a large piece of the bandwidth, and so it sometimes will make the audio so choppy that I can't hear it.
Your Honor, and also Mallory Smith, guardian ad litem, is present as well.
Thank you. All right. So we were last here last month. The court had allowed, at least from my review of the file, court had started allowing some lay supervised visits and potentially some Zoom visits. There was notes on sort of an expectation that visit notes would have been filed or problems with visits, if any, would have been filed in the court file. And I didn't see anything had been filed. So I'm going to turn first to Mr. Anagnosto.
Thank you, Your Honor. I got good news to report to the court today. The issue up until just a few weeks ago was my client's housing. She did not have appropriate housing. She was residing with a roommate that had some not nice dogs, and the children couldn't go to where she was residing. She's resolved that. She's now in the community house, and you know, there's because she's in the community house, there's no issue with regards to drugs. That it's a drug-free facility. They have appropriate places for her to feed the children, and ultimately the children could live with her in the community house, and that's what she's going to be pursuing. This all happened within the last couple of weeks. It's been maybe a week or so that she's been at the community house. I didn't get a chance to file a motion or declaration regarding these issues, but my client needs to have the children at the community house come visit her. We think that that's an appropriate facility. The children will be safe there, and she has continued to in her mental health treatment. She's compliant with all requests for UAs and those type of things. She's done them at the community house. There's no concern with regards to that. So we need to move this along, and she has been being stonewalled by Miss Overby, who has placement of the children at this point, on getting visits set up and having the phone contact. It's all everything gets canceled and dropped, and it doesn't occur. In the past, there were issues with being able to contact my client because of her phone issues. She's resolved that as well within the last week or so with she got a new phone, a new service. But she, Miss Overby is stonewalling her, and we need visits to occur. In particular, there's a birthday party this weekend on Saturday for a 1-year-old grandchild of my client, her older daughter, Paisley, and Braden's older sister. And she, has been arranging this for a long time, that the children would attend that. That's 3:30 on Saturday in Vancouver, and Miss Overby has said no. So those are kind of the issues for today, and then I can get a motion put together. The other thing we're concerned about is Miss Smith, is my understanding, is stepping down from the guardianship role, or from the court investigator role. She's the court-appointed guardian ad litem. And so I'm not sure what we're going to do about that going forward. My client ultimately wants placement of the children, and she's working on her issues. There we are. That's what we have going.
Okay. Has your client had any visits since the last court review?
I don't believe so, Shauna.
No.
Okay. All right. Very good. I have Mr. Chappell on the line. Is there anything that you would like to say, sir? So you'll have to unmute. You can do that usually by tapping the screen, and they almost. There you go.
There?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I would like to have a physical with my kids visits.
Okay.
I was having only Zoom.
Okay. Have you been doing Zoom visits?
Yes.
Okay. How often are you doing those?
Weekly.
Okay. All right. Anything else you'd like the court to know?
I don't know how well Shauna was abiding or doing her visits. Her lawyers made it sound like Joe wasn't, fulfilling her end, which what I understand, Shauna wasn't abiding, fulfilling her side. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ms. Smith.
Good morning, Your Honor. So as it relates to the visitation, it is accurate that Ms. Ray has not had visits with them. I've had initially, I guess at the last review, I should say, we had identified a layperson to provide supervision. And then shortly after that court hearing, she realized that based on the necessities of her employment, she wouldn't have as much flexibility to support that role. And so then she stepped aside from that. So ultimately, Ms. Ray she still had 2 visits paid for at Reconnecting Families, of which she attempted to schedule one. When Reconnecting Families went to confirm the visitation, it was kind of last minute, and they they reached out to Miss Ray several times and even indicated wanting to support efforts and provide transportation to Miss Ray. Ultimately, despite the fact that Miss Ray initiated that scheduling, she became non-communicative, and that I would hope that the court could see that Miss Overby has been very proactive in supporting the relationship that the children have with both parents. She's made every effort to remain consistent with the video calls or the availability for video calls, the regular phone calls, and the visitations that have occurred at Reconnecting Families to the very best of her abilities. If there are conflict within the schedule, she's very proactive in trying to reschedule or make that known as soon as she becomes aware of those things. The visits have gone poorly. Quite frankly, I think that both children, based on my communication with providers from the WISE program, are saying that both children are really struggling with the lack of consistency as far as mother's ability to schedule and appear and arrive on time and engage in these visits in a healthy and meaningful manner. It's been a challenge for them to kind of reconcile that awareness for them. I don't believe that visitations should be lifted as far as having the supervision. I think that restriction remains appropriate. As it relates to the upcoming birthday, I don't believe that Miss Overby, from the communications that I've reviewed, I don't believe Miss Overby is denying that the visitation or the children could or would appear. The challenge is that Miss Overby has requested that she be able to be there at the party as well, since there's no other individual that has been identified to provide supervision for the children during this time. So that is the challenge given the upcoming birthday. As it relates to visitation, in-person visitation for our father, I think restrictions also remain appropriate as far as having supervision. I believe that father and Miss Overby have an amicable enough relationship that potentially Miss Overby would be able to serve in that capacity, but I would defer to the court in that regard. Lastly, as it relates to ongoing review of this matter, Mr. Anagnostiu is correct. I have recently taken a position with the Attorney General's office, and I'll be starting that in September. So I am respectfully requesting that I be discharged at this time, as I will not be able to provide investigative support moving forward.
Okay. And then Ms. Overby, go ahead. What would you like me to know?
The calls with the children. I would like you to know that the calls with the children between Miss Ray and them go poorly every single time. This Tuesday, she ended up hanging up and yelling at them, and both children now crying because I'm sitting outside to not be intrusive. And with Reconnecting Families, we have made every single bit but one. A couple of those Shauna did not go, no showed. Some of those went very poorly and the children very upset. I have not able to obtain the that I requested from families. I feel like their input is necessary before unsupervised visits take place.
Okay. Thank you. So Ms. Overby, your audio is very, very choppy, to where it's pretty challenging. I think I understand some of what you're saying, but it's pretty choppy where I don't feel like I'm definitely not understanding 100%, because I can't hear all of your words. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. In this matter, nobody filed anything between July and now. I think parties are kind of asking me to make some pretty substantial changes with really not a lot of evidence, if any evidence, before me. And I'm not comfortable doing that when I don't have anything significant before me. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the current orders in place, current visitations in place. I am going to allow, I'm going to discharge Ms. Smith and appoint a new guardian ad litem. So what I'm going to do is, Mr. Anagnostiu, do you have any preferences as far as, is there any guardian ad litems that you would strike from the guardian ad litem list?
I would strike Miss Farr.
Okay. And Ms. Overby, anyone that you would strike?
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is Sherry Farr. In the guardianship, on the
Mhm.
guardianship registry, we don't strike.
Oh, all right.
It's
Very
just
good.
the next one in rotation. I don't have an issue not being appointed on this case. That's fine. But that procedurally, there's no provision to strike in guardianships.
Fair enough. I was using my regular procedure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Okay. So my intention is just to take the next person on the list. And what I'm going to do is I'll draft that order and send it out. That same order will allow Ms. Smith to withdraw, because we do need input from a guardian ad litem and an investigation to be able to potentially know which direction we're going on this case. I'm going to set the next review out a couple weeks. The idea is I want to get the guardian ad litem on board. Anybody's free to file motions in the meantime, but this is just the next court's sort of review. I'm going to set the next review for September 14th. So otherwise, all visits are to remain the same. Current guardianship will remain the same. We'll review. I am going to appoint I am going to appoint a new GAL and enter that order today. I'll just do that once docket concludes.
Can I ask a question?
When I stop talking, then you can ask your question. And Mr. Ignacio and Ms. Smith, I'll try to have that order sent out to you so you both have copies for your reference as well. All right, Ms. Raitt, you're represented by counsel. It's your counsel's job to answer your questions. So I ask you to reach out to him.
I guess I do have a question about the birthday party this weekend.
I'm not making that order. I appreciate that parties want to do those types of things. Those also can be events that have a lot of emotions behind them. And it doesn't sound, at least so far, like, again, I don't have any information before me that anyone has filed that would have me change the current orders. Previously, we were doing professionally supervised visits. I don't have anything before me to make those changes. So I'm not going to. So again, anybody's free to file any motions that they desire, but I'm going to set that next review out to the 14th.
Okay.
All right. That's it for this matter.
Mr. Ignacio, do you have a matter on?
Yes, Your Honor. Number 1 on the docket, Shauna Ray. I'm court-appointed counsel for Miss Ray. There's a guardianship case, a companion guardianship case that's going to be heard next week. And these two cases kind of follow each other along. This is of course, the family law case. I don't see Mr. Chappelle unless he's on the phone. Part of the issue is Mallory Smith was the guardian ad litem in both the guardianship case and in this family law case. And she's no longer a guardian ad litem.
Well, she just filed an order for an extension in GAL fees, it looks like, that was entered August 18th of this year.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I don't see Miss Smith here.
Right.
But given that order, it makes me think she may still be finishing this case.
Okay.
So, and you said the guardianship matter is on, is it on for a trial next week or?
No, it's on for a review hearing.
Okay. Do we need to find out what's going on in that before we move forward in here?
No, I think at this point, the family law case is kind of on hold until the guardianship case is resolved, the third party request, because at this point, neither of the parents have placement of the children with them.
Okay. Well, I can set this over 1 week or I can set it over 3 weeks or longer, I guess. I don't have anybody in the waiting room. I don't hear a response from Jason Chappell or Chappelle. Star 6 to unmute.
Yeah, why don't we do 3 weeks? That way we can know what happens next week, and potentially if I need to file pleadings, that will give me time to file documents in this action.
So how about the 27th at 9 a.m.?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Farr, the guardian ad litem. Good morning.
Good morning. And we had Miss Overby earlier. Are you there, Miss Overby? Can you hear me? I know I spoke to her just a bit ago, so I know she was there.
She shows up on the screen.
Yeah.
Her microphone's off.
Miss Overby, if you can hear me, I need you to unmute your microphone so we can talk to you. Well, not sure what's going on. There we go. All right, are you there, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Ms. Farr, have you had a chance to get involved in this case?
Barely, Your Honor. I have spoke with Miss Overby, Miss Ray, and the children. I have not spoke with the father yet. And I do have information to share with the court, but I'll let Mr. Anagnostou present first, and then I can respond.
All right, Mr. Anagnostou?
Yes, Your Honor. This is my client's motion in the guardianship case to get the residential time straightened out. She is being denied contact with her children. And we believe it's, deliberate and on purpose because Mr. Overby was in a relationship with the father of the children. She is, the visitation has been very, very problematic, and we need to resolve that. Now, initially, the court ordered supervised visitation. My client had very poor housing. She was in a small...
Let me stop you for just a second and ask one question. It was unclear to me just what the visitation is supposed to be right now. Can you clarify that for me?
The visitation is supposed to be supervised, I think twice a week. It might be only once, but for a period of hours, and regular telephone contact.
Was there anything specified about what the phone contact was supposed to be? I think that was my concern.
No, I believe it said, an hour at a time or so.
Okay.
The time has been moved around so that it's just been a problem. It's been problematic for my client to have regular phone contact with her children. When she does get it, then there's interference by Miss Overby, all sorts of plans come up in advance, and she has to end up changing the time, and then my client doesn't get it, and she tries to it's just been problem after problem, and we believe it's deliberate because she has a former relationship with the father and is trying to keep the children away from my client on behalf of the father. But he has his issues, is in past drug history and drug issues, and my understanding he was in an inpatient program. I'm not sure if he's in or out, have completed it, or where he's at, but that's our position. Is it's just been such a problem for my client to exercise visitation. And so now she's at the community house. She's drug-free, and she has a stable home environment where the children they couldn't come to her former residence because her roommate had dogs. She's resolved that issue. And it should have, we don't believe that the visitation needs to be supervised to begin with. They need to allow visitation. If the court wants it supervised, they have the ability to do that at the community house. She has a case manager that has indicated she could do supervised visitations if that's what the court's going to do, but it needs to be expanded from what my client has, because Ms. Overby's coming from up north, just outside of Olympia, down for and that's been a problem with being able to have the children on a more routine, regular basis. But those are our requests. My client is in the community house. She's in a drug-free environment. She's in a relatively supervised environment. We need to start having visitation with the children down here long-term. We would like to have weekend overnights. If the court's reluctant to go that far, at least all day on a Saturday and Sunday. to get this moving along. I mean, it needs to move along. My client is being denied a relationship by Ms. Overby, and she needs to understand that that's not her position in this case. That's not her role.
Ms. Overby, what do you want us to say?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to say that the children were removed from Shauna's care originally and placed into Jason's care, who is the father, because of drug offenses, sex offenders living in the home, drug offenders living in the home, not getting them to their appointments, not taking them to school. That has nothing to do with me. The communication issues between Shauna and all the other parties in this case has not been resolved. Just this last week, she called from some random phone number again because her communication is still a struggle. I had the opportunity to visit the community house in my attempt to serve Miss Ray. That environment was crawling with a transient population. There's locked doors. It was extremely uncomfortable. The children have experienced visiting a parent in a rehab facility like Miss Ray is in, and it made them extremely uncomfortable. There is another option available to Miss Ray right now, as I submitted the visitation statement from Reconnecting Families. They terminated the visits due to Shauna's lack of communication and all the struggles. There was some manipulation, there was lies. It's just a mess. And I don't feel comfortable with unsupervised visits. I don't think overnights is in their best interest. I do not think the community house is the appropriate or welcoming setting that she is trying to paint it as.
From your standpoint, what's going on with the telephone visits? And how often, when, how's it going?
Shauna's visits have always been Tuesdays at 6 o'clock. They have always been available to her. I went through my records. There have been a total possible of 30 phone calls since I have had guardianship. 8 of those left the kids documentably upset. 3 of them, Shauna got upset and hung up on the children. 7 of them were no call, no shows. That leaves less than half of them being an okay phone call. That number doesn't include the extra phone calls that she's been offered, or like birthdays, holidays, Mother's Day. None of those were exercised except for 1 extra call on Paisley's birthday, which she ended up having technical difficulties and getting disconnected from. I submitted in my documents communication records, which shows some of the common complaints and conflicts that happen. It shows offering extra calls that she did not utilize. It shows visits being canceled on her behalf. It shows advance notice anytime there has been a scheduling conflict, which there have only been 2 times that the children were not available out of those 30 calls. 2 times. One of those was my cap and gown, and one of those Paisley was sick and needed to go to the doctor. I am very frustrated with the communication between Shauna and the children. Those calls often leave the kids upset and frustrated. It's hard to get the oldest one, Braden, who is 11, to even participate in those phone calls. And sometimes he flat out refuses or just makes obnoxious noises, so the phone call is unpleasant for everybody. And that is purely because he does not want to have those calls in that fashion anymore. But the kids are available to her every week at her designated call time for the 2-hour window that is her window to call in.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Farr?
Yes, Your Honor. So that information is true to the best of my knowledge, in speaking with both parties. Miss Ray has just entered into treatment. She's just about 6 weeks into her treatment now. I only have a couple of clean UAs. She did send me an ROI this morning for Core Health, which is the person, Katrina is the person from Core Health who is agreeing that she would be available to supervise visits. I haven't spoke with her about it. I'd like some time to speak with her about it, the duties, and get an oath signed by her before that's put into place, and see what the environment would be for the children to visit in. Given that, if all of that was okay, my recommendation would be that the Tuesday night phone calls continue, and that Miss Ray have 4-hour visits on Saturday for now, and that those continue for perhaps a month, and then we can see about expanding from that point. And I have talked with Miss Ray about that, and that is an agreeable plan for her.
Ms. Overby, as far as in-person visits here, are you in a position to accommodate that as proposed?
I would find every single Saturday a significant burden on me and the children, both financially providing all of the to and from gas, as it is a 2-hour drive, as well as the kids' emotional stress of being in the car for 3 hours, for a just as much time visit with their mom. And I would prefer if they were every other weekend as they were scheduled previously.
All right, thank you. Mr. Anagnostou?
Well, Your Honor, it's problematic for Ms. Overby to claim that, a drive time should deny my client residential time with her children. And ultimately, my client is the biological mother of the children. She has those constitutional rights and duties. And Ms. Overby is the one who's, put herself in this position. So if you're going to consider that, my client would like every weekend, and if Your Honor wants to do 4 weekends for a month to see how that goes per the guardian ad litem's recommendation, we could do that. I'd like it more than that. That would make it worthwhile for Miss Overby to make the drive if it was 6 hours or so, or 8 hours all day, like a 10 to 6 on a Saturday 4 times, until we can get ultimately my client is in a good place. She's on Social Security. She's doing the best she can. She ended up, relatively homeless, and she's at the community house, and here we are. So she's done the best we can. We need to move forward. So more time resolves the issue of the drive time.
All right.
Your Honor, I'd like to just add to that. So without having spoke to the proposed supervising attorney or supervising person, I don't have enough information right now to say what the environment will be and how long that person is even available or how often. So I really need to speak with her first. I would suggest that we set this over 1 week to give me time to speak with that person, Katrina, and see what her availability is. Ms. Ray does not have the ability to meet Ms. Overby halfway or anywhere else. And I recognize the burden on Ms. Overby driving every weekend one way. But I still would like to speak with Katrina first before we know what actually can be put in place.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to continue this to October the 12th. In the meantime, Ms. Farr, you need to look into the proposed in-person supervisor. And if it looks appropriate, I'm going to authorize one and only one in-person visit. Ms. Ray's performance with reconnecting families was pretty abysmal. And I'm very concerned about repeating that, because that's harmful to her, it's harmful to the kids, it's harmful to their relationship if things look anything like they did before. Ms. Ray, to your credit, it sounds like you're in a much better place than you've been in a while, and I hope that continues. We're going to continue the Tuesday 6 p.m. phone calls. Everybody has to be available for those. And Ms. Ray, please understand that if any of those get blown off or blown up, that's going to have a huge impact on any decision-making on in-person visits or continuing the phone visits. You understand? Sounds like you're in a good place now, which A, is wonderful, but B, puts some more obligations on you to continue to be responsible. Understood? All right, that cover everything?
Your Honor, how many hours would that one visit consist of?
Well, I'd like it to be 4 hours, but not knowing the circumstances of the proposed supervisor, I'm just going to leave you with that as guidance, and I'll leave the actual time and circumstances for you to sort out between everyone involved.
And should this particular person not be able to supervise, then do we have the option of reconnecting families doing that one in person?
If they are willing to get back into this, in a lot of ways, I think that would be the preferable option if they are willing, because they've got some history, and it might be somewhat less traumatic for the kids. Ms. Overby?
I would like to say that at the end of the statement from Reconnecting Families, Beth did state that they would be willing to reconsider Shauna's visits due to her change in circumstances.
I think that would be my preference. That may be somewhat less comfortable for Ms. Ray, but I'm more concerned about the kids right now. But talk to Core Health first and see if you think it's a good or better option.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And part of the problem, Your Honor, is there's an expense for reconnecting families, and there wouldn't be for the person through Core Health.
Understood.
And so if I could just get clarification. So between now and October 12th, we'll be on the docket for October 12th.
Yes, sir.
My client only gets one in-person visit?
At this point, and if, again, I will leave that to Ms. Farr and the parties. If it goes well, I don't have a problem with there being another one, but that's subject to Ms. Overby's availability, supervisor availability, how the first visit goes. At this point, the default is one visit, and if somehow things go very, very well, maybe we should consider a second.
All right.
And then we're on for the 12th. And Ms. Farr?
Yes, good morning, Judge.
Good morning. So where do we stand?
I'm sorry, I missed, if you called it first, I missed the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the Chapel matter.
So in Chapel, we have completed a couple of visits with Mother at the community house center where she's residing. Mother's had some issues there, but she's looking for somewhere else to move to. She's put in applications. The visits have gone well. The last there were two of them 2 weeks apart or 3 weeks apart. Mother was moved into a larger space that has 2 sets of bunk beds where she can.
Hang on, let me stop you for just a minute. I see Mr. Chappelle just showed up. All right, go ahead, Ms. Farr.
Okay, and so she's moved into a space where she can accommodate the children overnight now if the court wishes to start doing maybe an overnight. The children are excited to do that, from what I understand. I did talk with the kids, I believe yesterday or the day before. I know that the petitioner has some input on that too. She may disagree with me. I think that Mother is still struggling to take some accountability for the things that are going on and wants people to bend towards her instead of her trying to prove herself. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else to report. Kids are doing well. They're in a lot of activities. I haven't heard from father at all, but my understanding from petitioner is that father has relapsed.
Ms. Overby, what's your position?
I'm here.
I would like to get a reoccurring visitation schedule set up for Miss Ray to be able to see the children on a scheduled visit. I know that there's a lack of communication between myself and Miss Ray. She's not using the parenting app. We had a mishap during one of the phone calls where I had left the kids' phone, but I had my phone, and I had no way to contact her to say, hey, please call my phone instead of their phone for this visit. As far as the phone calls have gone, she missed a phone call. One phone call went very poorly, and one call went actually pretty well, and one phone call went just okay. And so about 50-50 with the phone calls on Tuesday nights. Father has been very sporadic about his phone calls. I know that he is expressing interest in setting up some sort of in-person visitation. I feel like I need to see some clean UAs in order to accommodate that. We do have several proposed supervisors on standby, ready to go to be able to accommodate his visits.
Let me stop you just a second there, ma'am. Ms. Farr, are you familiar with the proposed supervisors at all?
I'm not for father.
Okay.
But I did want to add a couple things. So we did have the supervisor for mother, which seems to be working okay. And I agree with petitioner about using that app, because the mother is emailing me with a lot of micromanagement requests that I don't think I need to be involved in, and those things could be handled on her own if she did use the app.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Overby, go ahead.
I know that with Miss Ray's visits, the supervisor has been open to meeting in the middle, like in the Chehalis Centralia area, so that there's less transportation for the children in order to have those visits be easier to accommodate. And I was hopeful that maybe me and the supervisor, or me and Miss Ray, could start setting up those visits ourselves. That way it's less of a burden on Miss Farr. Because the lack of communication really makes me hesitant to want, to increase visits at this time if she's not able to communicate and establish those things on her own. I know that she relies, very heavily on this center to maintain consistency. I do have some concerns about the center itself. The environment is quite terrifying. There are homeless and people who are high wandering all over around the building and in the parking lots around. I was scared out of my parking space while I was waiting to pick up the kids, because there were just a lot of people circling my car, and they went and got more people to circle my car. It was very uncomfortable. And so I am still very alarmed at the environment that they are having these visits at. And I would feel more comfortable at a park or a public library, somewhere in the middle.
Mr. Anastasia?
Yes, Your Honor. My client, Shauna Ray, is the mother of the two children. She is disabled. She's on disability. She struggled with housing. If you look back, this case has been going on for some time. She has resolved the housing by going into the community house. And I'm sure Your Honor is very familiar with the community house and the services that they provide for our kind of desperate citizens that need a residence. So she's in the community house. She has a case manager. She has regular UAs. It's an absolutely drug-free environment. They've set it up for a room for the children. She needs to move this along. She needs overnights with her children. Now, using this app thing is a new issue, and it's very irritating because Miss Overby tells you, "Oh, just send an app. We can work this out. We'll meet in Chehalis. Everything will be great." When absolutely the opposite's been happening. She has done virtually everything in her power to prevent my client from having regular contact with her children. It's been because she lives up north outside of Olympia. It's been a constant, my client not getting her residential time. And for one reason or another, my clients, tried to set up various visitations by agreement. That she had her oldest daughter, her granddaughter was having a first birthday. She tried to arrange something there that got squashed by Miss Overby. So Miss Overby is in a former relationship with the father of the child. And we think she is doing being an obstructionist to basically so that he at some point can get out of his drug treatment. It's our understanding he is failed out yet again of another inpatient program and is using again. But nevertheless, she's going to do everything in her power to obstruct my client for the benefit of her former boyfriend or the former significant relationship they had. So that's where we are. We need to move this along. My client is in the community house now. Ms. Farr mentioned something about my client, not liking it there, wanting to move out, and basically making it sound like she's unstable. So what's going on is she's looking at a Oxford house. And I might have got the name wrong, but it's one of the drug treatment houses where they cater to women with children. And she has applied and is in the process of potentially moving into one of those programs that help women, but she has to have custody of her children to get into that facility. So she's in community house. She's regular UAs. She's working on herself for the betterment of the children, but she gets all sorts of issues regarding telephone contact isn't occurring, and we've had problems with that, and we think part of it is on the petitioner's part, because she listens in to the phone calls. My client tries to have private conversations with her children, and it just doesn't happen. And so here we are. My client doesn't have a vehicle, but the community house has said they will transport her to further these arrangements, to further her contact with her children. So potentially she could meet Miss Overby halfway, but we want overnights. We got to move this along. We need to start on a Friday through a Sunday overnight, and the community house is perfectly fine. She can say all the disparaging remarks she wants about the community house, but they are providing a service for our downtrodden citizens who would not otherwise have housing, and it's drug-free. They have services for my client to take advantage of, to try to get a resume put together, try to move into transitional housing, like one of the Oxford houses or Phoenix. I mean, maybe that's what she was looking at, the Phoenix house. Yeah. But that's where we are. She needs her children, regular contact, long-term contact. They want to be with her. She wants to be with them. We need to move this along, and it's just taken too long. And part of it, we believe, is because Miss Overby is being an obstructionist, because ultimately she wants the children to stay with her and potentially get back with with the father or not. We're not sure what her plan is, but up until this point, it has been very difficult, and we do not want to rely on, just email me and we can work this visitation out. No, Your Honor, you need to set it, and she needs to comply with it, because at this point, my client has found it very difficult to maintain a relationship with her children, given the distance and given Miss Overby's reluctance.
Miss Ray, you've applied for Phoenix House, is that right?
I am today applying for the Phoenix House. However, they have asked me that they have told me that I need a reunification letter, and
Okay, so you haven't applied there yet, is that correct?
I have to today. There's 4 rooms available.
Okay, ma'am, just answer my questions, please.
No,
So you have not yet applied at Phoenix House?
I
Okay.
am.
And my recollection is Phoenix House is short-term. Like 30, 60 days, something like that, isn't it?
No, it is
Ms.
housing.
Farr? Ms. Farr, do you know?
I actually don't know what the term, what the maximum amount of time is, but it is short term.
Yeah, it's some kind of short term, whether 30, 60, 90.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Chappelle, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there anything you want to say?
Just that I would like to have visits, and I agree with Miss Overby.
Okay, well, as to Mr. Chappelle, sir, we'll consider any request for contact once you can provide clean UA and hair test. You understand that?
Yes.
All right.
And a hair test?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So, Miss Overby, you've been driving the kids down from Mason County for the visits at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. I also feel it's important to note that the children have always resided over half of their time in Mason County. It is their primary residence, with Cowlitz County being their secondary residence.
And Your Honor, just to clarify, the transportation that's been offered by the community house, that is for day visits, not for weekend visits. They weren't offering to do a drop off and pick up. They were just offering to meet her halfway for a day visit.
I don't believe that's correct.
That's what was relayed to me.
Well, I've talked with the community houses. They'll drive her up on a Friday to pick up the kids, and they'll drive her up on a Sunday to return them.
Okay, no one has talked to me about that.
All right, well, here's where we're at this point. We've dealt with Mr. Chappelle's contact. The distances involved make this difficult, and frankly, the onus shouldn't be entirely on Miss Overby. She's taking care of kids without getting any support from either parent. So I'm not really inclined to make things more difficult for her. I'd like to make things much less difficult for her. Miss Ray, you've got to start participating in arranging all this, and it's not going to go through Miss Farr. I don't want to keep paying Miss Farr because you don't want to email with Miss Overby. Understood?
Understood.
Okay. I'm willing to at least take a stab at some overnights. That not for the weekend, just one night overnight. It's while Miss Ray is at community house. I don't know Phoenix House's resources in terms of having children there with her. They may or may not, I just don't know. But I don't, from what I recall, that's not really part of their remit. So I'm concerned about that. So while Miss Ray is residing at community house, I think we can go to one overnight during the weekend. And I'm going to leave that to Ms. Ray and Ms. Overby to sort out based on when Phoenix House is available to do the transport, because I want the exchange to take place in Chehalis so that it's somewhat less of a burden for Ms. Overby. So Ms. Ray, you're going to have to take the initiative, talk to the people at Community House, figure out what's available, and you're going to have to communicate with Ms. Overby to set that up. Understood? And we'll continue to have the telephone call visit as is, but again, it's your burden to make sure that that set up, you need to go directly to Miss Overby and not through Miss Farr. Understood? All right, Miss Overby, any question about that?
Not a particular question. Can I request that it goes Friday night until Saturday evening so that the kids can continue their play? Braden has a lead role in our community's Christmas organization, and the rehearsal times are from 1 to 5 p.m. on Sunday.
Monday. On Sunday?
On Sunday.
Yeah, it should be set up to accommodate that. That seems, I'm sure that's
Thank you.
important to the child. But I don't know what resources or times or restrictions Community House is going to have. So I just asked the two of you work together and work with them.
Perfect.
To accomplish that.
And then, Your Honor, then the parties will just give me an update on how that's going, correct?
Yeah, and at this point, I think I'm not going to schedule another hearing. We'll give that some time to work, and if anybody thinks things should be moved forward, move back, they can note it back on.
And so, Your Honor, will that be every other weekend?
My understanding.
I would like it to be every weekend.
Every weekend, yeah.
Okay.
But my other concern would be, as I said, Phoenix House, I don't know what they do or don't allow other than it's short term. Ms. Ray, I would strongly urge you to speak to some of the local Oxford houses. There are several Oxford houses for women with children who have them or don't have them for substantial periods of time. That's a much more stable, long-term option. They've got a lot of rules. Sometimes a lot of rules are a good thing.
I have a lot of rules here.
Yep, I know that you do. So, you know, I'm not saying anything bad about Phoenix House. It's a wonderful program. I don't know what their position is about dealing with visitation with children. I do know it's not a long-term option. So you might want to take a look at the Oxford House.
Okay.
All right. And Ms. Overby, anything else in terms of the communication that we need to address?
I think that every weekend would be a lot for not only me, but the children. Since these visits have started occurring, Braden has been acting out much more in school. He frets about the visits. Like, I really don't think every single weekend. I think every other weekend is a better way to transition into this.
All right, Ms. Farr, any comment on that?
Well, I was suggesting to start with every other as well, and maybe then we could work up to every, like maybe after a month.
Your Honor, we would
We've
like,
only had 2 visits so far.
we would like every weekend, Your Honor. This is my client and her children. And this is what's been going on, is there's been just an obstruction with my client getting reestablishing her relationship with her children.
All right, well, in the interest of the children and them not being overly stressed about this, that's where I've got to consider that first and foremost. So let's start with every other weekend. When was the last visit?
Last weekend.
Okay, so, and that'll give everybody time to get it set up for a weekend after this, for the overnight. And that'll also give the kids some time to kind of take that all in. So we'll go to alternate weekends at this point. And as I say, as long as the parties are agreeing on how things are going, it's up to them to expand it if they want. If either side feels that they can't reach an agreement, they're free to bring it back, but I won't schedule another hearing right now.
Your Honor, I have, there's 2 more things that I just like to bring up. One is just to clarify that when I said that Ms. Ray was looking for other placement, that was a positive comment because she is having some issues. It wasn't a comment about instability.
I took it as a positive one.
Okay, and the second thing is Ms. Ray has been asking me some questions about some gifts that she has for the children that she wanted to address the court about.
Yes, ma'am.
That I've accumulated over a period of time, and some things were already theirs. that I just wanted to show them, give them more things to do here. And I have to ask the court to do so. So
just shoot Miss Overby an email with what you got. Ma'am, if there's a problem, you two try and work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know.
okay. And this is every other weekend, 1 day a week.
Yes. And then the phone calls continue.
Okay.
All right.
Is it supervised overnight?
It's if it's at community house, I'm comfortable with the supervision they provide just in the regular course of things, and we don't need to add any. If if it's an Oxford house, kind of same thing. If it's Phoenix house, I just don't know what they do or don't provide. So you'll need to provide that information to Ms. Overby, and like I say, if you guys can agree, great. If not, bring it back.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, the children would stay in the facility.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. All right, that will be all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see, guardianship of Chappelle.
I'm here on that case, Your Honor.
I'm here on behalf of the mother, Miss Ray.
All right, and Mr. Anagnostou, did you see the filing from Miss Overby?
I did. I think I got that yesterday. I had a conversation with my client, and we had a conversation with Miss Fellows. In the past, the court has had supervised visitation with Miss Fellows supervising, and we would like to go back to that. My client has a housing issue that she's trying to solve. Currently, she doesn't have housing, and in the interim, she should be allowed to see her children supervised with Miss Fellows. Miss Fellows is willing to do that, and she apparently has a credit because she had paid Miss Fellows in the past for supervised visitation, and she hadn't used up all of the funds that she had provided to Miss Fellows. So she's ready. My client's ready and very much wants to get supervised visitation started. Ms. Overby, what's your position?
I think that if any visitation is to take place, that it does need to be supervised. We have had a significant increase in behavioral problems and emotional instability since visits have started taking place. And Miss Ray being able to facilitate setting up these overnight visits has frankly been a mess and is causing a lot of emotional drama and stress, in particular for her 11-year-old. And I do not know if visits are even in the children's best interest at this point.
All right, so what I'm going to do at this point is any visits that do take place will not be overnight. They'll be supervised through Miss Fellows' office, and it'll be Miss Ray's responsibility to arrange those through Miss Fellows, obviously with Miss Overby's input. And we'll see if that happens and how those go.
All right.
And I think I can leave it to the parties to note this back on if we need to make any change from there. Mr. Agnostic, would you agree?
No, I would agree. The only question is, how often can she have supervised visitation?
At this point, I'm going to leave that to work out between she and Miss Fellows and Miss Overby. Miss Overby's been pretty accommodating, and I'm sure Miss Fellows will be too. And the burden's going to be on Miss Ray at this point to arrange those visits and show up for them.
Very good, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. That will be all.
Your Honor, I apologize. I was a couple minutes late and I didn't hear the beginning of this hearing. I'm the guardian ad litem in this matter.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And I wanted to just speak with you a moment about, since the last hearing, Miss Ray has revoked the ROI for me to get information from her counseling, from CORE, and Miss Ray also has not communicated with me. I don't know where she's living. I don't know what status is. I don't know what's going on. I've tried to email Mr. Anagnostu and I'm not getting response about that either. So I don't have any information or any contact. I don't have any way to follow up to get records because Miss Ray has pretty much blocked me out.
Okay, so Miss Ray, obviously none of those visits are going to happen unless and until you've made contact with Miss Farr and she's able to get the information that she wants. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Well, Your Honor, since it's supervised visitation, isn't it Miss Fellows that would determine if the visitations are going appropriately with the kids, if there's any inappropriate conduct or? Yes, she will. But in the meantime, Miss Ray's got to get the release of information to Miss Farr so that she can continue to follow up. Miss Overby, look like you got a question.
I do. I have a comment on that. I will say that in a previous filing, I filed a report from Miss Beth Fellows, and she too was requesting, certain stipulations on being able to have visits restarted through reconnecting families, as well as I want to confirm that, I have not heard from Miss Ray in regards to setting up visits. She missed her phone call this week and has essentially ghosted.
Well, Miss Fellows is obviously going to be in charge of the actual visits and the conditions for those. But in the meantime, Miss Ray has to make sure that Miss Farr has access to the information she needs. So she's going to have to contact Miss Farr. She's going to have to contact Miss Fellows.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. On number one, I'll be requesting that matter be set over.
All right, let's do that one next. So is that the in re guardianship of Chappelle?
Correct.
All right, very good. So let's call that. That's 23-4-000-5708. This is in re guardianship of Paisley Chappelle and Braden Chappelle. I have Mr. Anagnostu appearing. I see you there, ma'am, appearing. I see Ms. Farr. And then do I have any other parties? All right. So Mr. Anagnostu, what's your request?
My request is that we set this over a couple of weeks. This was calendared for, I believe, April 11th, and then it got moved, and in the process, it didn't get properly calendared on my personal calendar. And so I've been trying to contact my client when I realized it was on Docket, and just haven't had a chance to get a hold of her. She's normally responsive to me. This is a request for relocation. The Guardians want to relocate farther away. They're already in Olympia, and now they want to go farther. And I think the court should hear from my client, the mother of the children. I just haven't had an opportunity, given the changing in the calendars, to get her response.
And then I have Ms. Chappelle. Do you wish to be heard on that?
I set this matter over from the 11th to the 23rd on the request of the guardian ad litem. And I feel like that was more than enough time to communicate with Miss Ray. We are having some significant problems with the phone calls and some other concerns with her that I feel need to be heard sooner rather than later, because they are very detrimental to the children at this point.
Ms. Farr?
Good morning, Your Honor. So I think there might be a little confusion about what this was cited on for. There was a relocation notice filed, but I don't think that's what was cited for today. I think the intention was to cite it on for the proposed guardian to be appointed, but I also think that we have to have an evidentiary hearing for that. And then there are issues, as Ms. Chappelle said, about the visits, the context of the visits.
Do the parties believe that the evidentiary hearing is going to take more than 45 minutes?
Definitely.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. Because at that point, what makes the most sense is to set you to the trial setting docket to get a full hearing date, because this is truly a docket that isn't designed for full evidentiary hearings, taking testimony and those types of things that you would do at that type of a hearing. So let's do that. Let's get you assigned to the trial setting docket so that you can have a longer hearing to be able to have that evidentiary hearing. All right.
And Your Honor, in the meantime, though, the guardian has these issues with the context of the phone calls that need to be addressed that probably can't wait for the evidentiary hearing.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. On the issue of, so for the evidentiary hearing, I'm going to set you to, and my clerk can correct me if I'm putting you to a hearing that doesn't exist. I think there's no trial settings on May 1st. So I think the first available is May 8th, and that'll be at 9 a.m. I have succeeded. So I'm going to set the case to May 8th at 9 a.m. to get a date for the evidentiary hearing, since it's going to be longer than about 45 minutes, which is about the max that we can handle on this docket. So everybody will need to show up at that date and time. That's not when the hearing will happen. That's when you will get a date for the hearing to happen. Number two, as far as the other issues that need to be handled, sort of pending the full evidentiary hearing, what makes the most sense to me, I am going to give Mr. Anagnostou a little bit more time, but not a lot, since that's been set over a couple of times. Let's see. We're on. Is this docket on the 30th? Or is that conference week?
And so no.
Okay.
Then next one would be the 7th on this docket with Judge Basher. Otherwise, Judge Hahn does Thursdays.
Oh. Let's do that. Let's set you to, I'm going to set you to this Thursday, the 25th. What time is that? Okay. So Thursday, the 25th at 10:30 to address the intermediate issues. Mr. Anagnostou, sounds like it's kind of been pending for quite some time. Understand that your filings may be late. Just make sure that you bench copy anything that needs to be heard.
I'm a little bit confused as to what's going to be before the court. We had been served with a motion notice for relocation, but my understanding is that's not what's on. What's on is apparently some issues with regards to the residential arrangements.
If I can weigh in a little bit if you'd
Go ahead,
like.
Ms. Barr.
So when you file the notice for relocation, if the parties don't object, then she just gets to relocate. So she's not citing that on at this time. There's no reason unless there's an objection. My understanding is there's issues with the phone call, which she wanted to discuss, but she also was attempting to cite this on to get a permanent guardianship order entered. And I have not finished my report yet. And that was my intention, was to get my report in. So I'll get that done before the trial setting.
Dad is also here, Jason Chappell, in regards to his visits that have also been pending for quite some time. And he was hoping to find out how to progress forward on that. And that is part of the contention with the children and phone calls, is that there's just so much confusion on that.
So I can't give you legal advice, because the court has to be a neutral decision maker. So that means that I can't represent any parties, and I can't sort of direct parties to file things or not file things. But I can encourage parties. You can reach out to Ms. Farr, who can sort of sometimes provide some guideposts. You can also reach out to legal aid, and then you can also check out both the local courts website as well as courts.wa.gov. That's the Washington State website that has a lot of information as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set those issues over. That gives everybody a chance to review what's in the record as far as the hearing notice, because I do see that there is a hearing notice set for today. It was filed back on April 3rd, so it has been pending for about 3 weeks, and gives everybody some opportunities. And there's another one that was filed back in March. So it gives everybody some opportunities to review those, file anything that they would like to file in response.
Your Honor, I'm wondering if the guardian would object to this being set to hear the phone issues on the 2nd instead of this week.
So there's no docket on the 2nd. So I would rather set it to the 2nd, but there isn't.
I thought there was, because I had another.
Well, there is one on the 2nd. Oh, there is
Yeah.
one on the 2nd. Okay, just not the 30th. Aha.
Yeah, because I don't think I can get in touch with the guardian and the mother both before Thursday.
I'm fine with the 2nd. That gives
I
everybody
also
about a
am
week.
okay with the 2nd.
All right, I think that makes a little bit more sense, and as far that potentially get a little closer on getting your report completed. I know you're working diligently on that. So all right, let's set it to the 2nd instead. I think that gives everybody a little bit more time. Mr. Anignastu included. So we'll set it to the 2nd. That'll be at 10:30 to review those intermediate issues based on the notices that were filed. And then you're set to the 8th at 9 a.m. to get a hearing date.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further on this matter?
The only issue I had, and I didn't get an opportunity to tell Your Honor, I'm in a week of trial, the week of May 6th. So the 8th hearing, any idea the length of time of that, or?
The 8th is just trial setting. That's the trial setting docket.
All right.
So just
Thought we were
ask,
doing
so
trial
just ask
settings
to go
at
first.
I'm sorry, I thought we were doing those at 1 o'clock on Wednesdays.
We were, the new schedule changes starting that very week. So that's the first week of the new schedule.
Okay.
And so trial settings move from that 1 o'clock spot to 9 a.m. bright and early.
Great.
Very good. So you should be able to do that and then move along to trial if you're in trial that day. All right. Anything further on this matter?
Nothing.
All right. Very good. I appreciate the parties being here. Again, those 2 dates, May 2nd at 10:30 and May 8th at 9 a.m. All right. That's it for this case. You can go ahead and log off.